Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust that you find yourself comfortable here. Before we really begin, I'd like to start with an invocation with the Gayatri Mantra. So if you know it, you're welcome to chant it along with me. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yodnaf Prachodayat Om. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for the space as being a welcome one for you all, regardless of what sorts of geography and time zones we hail from. Despite whatever circumstances may be prevailing in our life, I hope that you find freedom of expression here and the ability to take refuge in the diversity of each other's experiences. Hello, dear Daffy. Namaste. Thank you for your heart, me too. That's very kind and never expected, but you have blessed us so early on. Radhe, Radhe. Chihiro, good evening. Happy to have you here too. Namaste. May we all come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. And I hope that all of you who are joining now are feeling as well as you can, no matter what emotions may be passing through this human system today. As they arise, so shall they go. This too shall pass. Dear Chihiro, you are asking about the video that my mom made. Is that my mom's voice in that one video or a voiceover? That's definitely a voiceover. My mom's voice doesn't sound like that. But she has appeared in our live streams before. Welcome to find that clip from the recordings we upload. Welcome everyone. I would like to open our space into an inquisitive direction as we explore our question of the day today. Today I am wondering from you all, what do you appreciate about the differences in everyone? And hello dear Chloe. Namaste. Welcome Soul Reaper. See, it's no surprise that us human beings have different experiences. We have different bodies, we have different minds, we have different affiliations, we have different talents. Almost everything on the surface of us is different. What do we appreciate about that diversity? I would like to know this from you. Hello, dear Stans. Dear Troy, you share that everyone has their own role that plays a part in this divine orchestra of life. I love that a lot. And it is beautiful to see all of the expression. Sometimes we just need that ear to find the subtle harmony, perhaps amidst all of the dissonance. Dear Mama Angel Cindy, you share that differences open our world. I love that. And how can we open up to our diverse world? Good evening, blue-winged monkey. Hello, Elaine, or Eliane, Eliani. So many ways I could pronounce your name, probably none of them the way that you would like it to be pronounced. Please let me know. Hello, dear Renvogs. Eclectic Tea. you share the abundance of perspective, their different contributions to our cosmic play. I love that. Yeah. Sometimes we need that diversity of perspectives in order to see the whole. And hello, Millie Namely. I'm not sure if there's a better way to pronounce your name. Please let me know too. Thank you for finding beauty in me. And dear Chloe, you had shared, for you as someone on the spectrum, how we self-stem differently. I like that, and I remember how you like the word stemming rather than stimming, because stemming is like what connects a flower to the ground. How we as humans connect to our Mother Earth, our present moment. And hello, Muratid is official. Thank you for your rose too. Ariom Tatsat. Good evening, dear Poppy, and I'm happy that you feel at peace here, dear Stans. My pronunciation is almost good. Dear Millie Namely. Well, I'm happy to take constructive criticism. Dear Katie, you're surprised I'm not asleep, hey? It's only 5 p.m. Well, 5:34 p.m. where I am right now. Who sleeps at that time? As opposed to nocturnal animals, and I am a little nocturnal. Dear Ragnhildur, you share that you see it as precious gifts to each other, our differences. I love that you see that. Me too. And thank you, dear Angela, for the rose you shared too. Ariom Tatsat. Dear Andy, you shared that the diversity makes it unique, and out of that, there should be individual oneness. I love that. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that too, dear Andy. Yes, you are very unique, dear Chloe, and I love that about you. Renvox, you share that monoculture is never really healthy or beautiful. And to that we can rephrase in terms of the positive that cultures of various kinds coming together is healthy, can be healthy and beautiful. Dear Pedro, you ask if I've given up my quote-unquote regular studies about math. I'm not sure if my studies were ever regular, but math led me to some very beautiful things that I hope to share with you here. And it will always have a big place in my heart. Dear Daffy, you share that you'll never meet two people that are exactly the same. You're always meeting new people and new versions of them that will shape different versions of you. Very beautiful. Well said, Daffy. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe, dear Magdalene, welcome. Thank you, waste of time, for your heartmeet. Your presence here is never a waste of time on my side, but you are always welcome to come and go as you please. Jaya Sitaram. It's 1:34 in the morning for you, dear Poppy. It is very late. I hope that you get some good sleep when the time arises. Hello, Lala Michelle. I am well. Thank you for asking. How are you? I love the way you put that, eclectic. Only with a complete palette can we get the full picture. Thank you, waste of time, for some more hand hearts. Here are some hand hearts for you, of course. Ram Ram. And dear Daffy, thank you for your tiny tiny. Dear Katie Pond, you appreciate our oneness as a collective and individually. Like that. And SVG, you share that differences remind you of the spectrum of human experience, which you appreciate. I like that, and special feature of a spectrum is that it's a part of a whole, and we can smoothly go from any part to another. And I don't blame you for feeling like you hate math, dear Angela. The truth is that I never liked math class. We just have to understand that there is a distinction between what we may be taught in school and what lies dormant at the bottom of its heart, which is hardly ever taught in school. You're very welcome, dear waste of time. Dear Clara, you share that you are anxious tonight and was hoping that you'd be here, and this space always relaxes you. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm grateful to hold this space with you in it. Dear Jas, you shared that we live on the same island. Oh, how lovely. Isn't it a beautiful place on this Mother Earth? Dear TMH, you ask, did I know that some people can determine if the person is good or bad in a few moments? I did not know that because I do not believe that a person is good or bad. There is only goodness and possibility to be goodness. If a person we do not consider good, well, what kind of life have they lived? What kind of pain might they be going through? What traumas are they still needing to be healed from? What unhealthy coping mechanisms might they be engaging in? All of these things we can sweep under the rug and call them as bad, but does that truly define them as a human being? Or is it what's possible for them despite the adversity that they faced? In this way, it's very easy to determine if a person is good or bad, because the answer is always good. Dear Dr. Ginny, you share that you learn all the new ways you can grow when you see the differences in others. I love that. And thank you, TMH, for your 10 tiny dinies too. Yum, 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 yum. That's what they say when they're eating. Thank you, dear Carrie King, for the rose you sent to him. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Angela, you share that you had struggled with math and geography. You don't get it? Well, the funny thing is when it comes to math, I don't know about geography, but you do kind of have to suspend trying to understand it. It's all symbol manipulation, and the symbols mean as much as you give them meaning. But if we kind of allow some abstract conceptualization, then these concepts can just kind of exist on their own without needing to ground it in reality. And that's one of the most beautiful things about math for me. That it makes sense the moment you stop trying for it to make sense. And the same is true for our universe. It's much too complicated to make sense of, so allow yourself to revel in the mystery of it. And in a funny way, it begins to make sense there. Dear Randy, you ask if we can friend each other so that you can get my live streaming next time. I'm afraid this is something that if I offered to you, then I would have to offer to everyone else, which is unfortunately not possible. However, you are welcome to check out my TikTok or Instagram stories, as I always post, well, a story on them whenever I do go live. But I appreciate that you find value in this and you would like to return to it on time. Unfortunately, I'm not on time, so there's going to be a little spontaneity involved. I hope you understand. Thank you, dear Michael, for the heart me you shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Jas, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Daffy, for your quartet of roses too. Om Braum Hanumate Namaha. Dear Ushabai, you share that as Ramana says, there are no others. Suppose everyone is our own perception, our mirror. I love that. Hello, dear Angel. You share that you appreciate that everyone being different allows for so much inspiration. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I see the truth in that too. And hello, dear Sue. It's nice to see you. Dear Nede, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name in a way which can be improved. Your answer to our question would be imprevisibility. Imprevisibility. Now that is a fun word. I'm not sure if I recognize it. Imprevisibility. But I recognize the word visibility. Perhaps the portmanteau. Thank you, dear Romy, for your rose too. Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Angela, you share that learning about the differences in everyone allows you to grow intellectually and spiritually. Beautiful truth. I concur. And Fadnur, you share that your answer is to know each other. And of course, it's not boring. It would be very boring if we were all the same person, wouldn't we? And eclectic, you share that it's a testament to the many variations of oneself. It is I, just a different version. I love that. And dear Sue, you share that we can learn from each other, grow and appreciate our similarities, differences, and humanness. How wise. Thank you, dear Peter, for your pair of roses too. Radhe Radhe. Dear Daffy, imprevisibility is something that is not predictable. Thank you for adding some context to the dear answer by Nade. I love that. And Angel, you share that you just got back from a dinner with very creative individuals, so feeling very inspired right now by the many creative individuals you got to chat with tonight. How lovely is that? Beautiful. Thank you. And thank you everyone for exploring our question of the day today. I love the diversity in answers, and perhaps incidentally, that diversity of answers speaks to a greater meaning to our question of the differences amongst us, human beings. The rest of the forms of life on earth is that we can all approach the same question from different angles, and I love that. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack, for being here. Happy to have you here. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Sabrina. All right, I would like to do a little show and tell segment. As many of you know, I like to offer parts of this live stream to your expression wholeheartedly, and in the link tree in my bio, there's a place for you to fill out a form to submit things that are creative interests, special interests in general, or a talent of any kind, a personal project that is important to you. So today I'd like to share 2 short songs from... Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I promised the only S that I would wait until they're here to share them. So yes, at some point, maybe if they come today, we'll share the only S's songs, which are called Straight Flush and I Neglected My Emotions. But I'm glad I remembered that they had politely asked if we could wait until they're here. So sorry to get you excited for a pause. Now, thank you, dear Colin, for your hat and mustache. It was very fun. Ram. Anyway, yeah. Normally we do a show and tell section here, but I do have something else for you, which is a short reading. Allow me to set that up. Recently, we finished reading a book here, which was The Hidden Power in Humans, and now we're starting a new book called Hollywood to Himalayas, written by Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, and you can see her looking so blissful in the picture here. I would just like to start with some general background to this book before we dive into it in our next reading session. I'm just going to read the front cover and some of the first few pages. I think this will be a wonderful story for us to go through together. First of all, on the cover it says by Jane Goodall that this book is vivid and poetic, and her journey is a river of love, compelling in its authenticity and unflinching honesty. A must for anyone who is interested in exploring different paths. On the back we have some other quotes about this book, one from Deepak Chopra, which I'm sure many of you know. Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati is a great teacher of spirituality and consciousness. Her inspiring wisdom illuminates the path to healing, happiness, and inner peace. By the way, her last name here, Saraswati, is a spiritual name given to people of the Saraswati lineage, which is the same as dear Sky Guardian Ji's guru, Swami Taratmananda Ji Saraswati. And it's said that there are different orders of Swamis or Sadhvis for the female monks that trace their lineage back thousands of years. From Janine Roth, the author of Women, Food, and God, she writes, "What an extraordinary book. Sadhvi's writing is personal, funny, wry, loving, earnest, self-reflective, and incredibly engaging. And her story, wow, if one person can do this, so can we all. Thank you, Sadhvi, for reminding us of what is always here, always possible. I won't be the same after reading this book." I hope these quotes wet your whistle, get you excited for this. Reverend Iyanla Vanzant, the executive producer of Iyanla Fix My Life, writes, "Hollywood to Himalayas is filled with wisdom and truth about the powerful revelations that unfold on the path to a deeper relationship to the divine." Jack Canfield, co-author of Chicken Soup for the Soul series, writes that Sadhvi courageously shares her life lessons, illustrating the infinite possibilities when we consciously seek connection to the divine. Jack Cornfield, author of Path with Heart, writes, "A compelling account and an inside look at a great ashram, offering a Western woman's remarkable odyssey of trust in Indian spiritual culture and her powerful healing journey." Alright, some words on the inside cover. Hollywood to Himalayas is an enlightening memoir of a reluctant spiritual seeker who finds her true self and lifelong calling while she travels to India. As a Stanford grad, in the midst of getting a PhD in psychology, Sadhvi Saraswati was comfortable with her life. Despite years of grappling with an eating disorder and trauma from her early childhood, she felt as if she was successfully navigating her way through early childhood. When she agreed to travel to India to appease her husband, and because she loved the food, Sadhvi would have never imagined that she would be embarking on a journey of healing and awakening. Hollywood The Himalayas describe Sadhvi's odyssey toward divine enlightenment and inspiration through her extraordinary connection with her guru and renewed confidence in the pleasure and joy that life can bring. Now one of the preeminent female spiritual teachers in the world, Sadhvi recounts her journey with wit, honesty, and clarity, and along the way offers teachings to help us all step onto our own path of awakening and discover the truth of who we really are, embodiments of the divine. A little more about the author, giving you all the background you would ever want. The American-born Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, PhD, moved to India in 1996. Graduate of Stanford University, she was ordained by Chidanand Saraswati Ji, president of one of the largest interfaith institutions in India, into the tradition of sannyas, spiritual renunciation, and lives at the Paramarth Niketan Ashram in Rishikesh, where she leads a variety of humanitarian projects, teaches meditation, gives spiritual discourses, and counsels individuals and families. One of the world's preeminent spiritual leaders, Saraswati is the author of 4 previous books on spirituality and is also well known as a writer, speaker, and activist. She serves on several committees within the United Nations and World Bank for international charity and economic development, and is a member of the Transformational Leadership Council, as well as the director of the International Yoga Festival. She lives in Rishikesh, India, and travels and lectures regularly in the United States, United Kingdom, Europe, and Canada. That's just the cover. And there's a lot more praises. In fact, it looks to be about a half a dozen more pages of praises about this wonderful book. We'll just read a couple more, and then next time we'll finish the rest too. I think we've already read many of these, which were on the cover. Prince Ia, I don't know how to pronounce their name, just 2 letters. They write that this book is courageous, relatable, and inspiring. Sadhvi's story will touch your heart and show you that the path to the divine is available to everyone. And we already read Jane Goodall's words. Dr. Azakaram writes that this is a book in which every sentence is a reflection of love and the wisdom of love. Sadhviji's journey is a lucid illustration of how her search for the divine is taken with every step and every breath in a world ostensibly of the mundane. She speaks of her pain as a source of knowledge, and she shows how divine love and light, ever present, leads her to an academically informed, humorously inspiring inevitability of love as a lived activism in the service of one and all. And let's pause our introduction to Hollywood to Himalayas there for now. I hope that this has been a nice little introduction to what we have to look forward to as we'll continue to read this throughout our live streams. Namaste, and thank you, dear Sky Guardian G, for sending it for us to read. And we can open up our Sangha to discuss whatever is on our hearts and minds. Thank Thank you, dear 23, for the rose you sent. Hariom Tat Sat. And Positive Guy, thank you for your rose. Om Aim Saraswati Namaha. Dear Silent Storm, thank you for your rose and heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Gaia, you had asked, does the divine understand everyone? Well, of course, by definition. The divine is the one whom all things become understood relative to. Through the divine, all things become knowable. But still, there's one thing that the divine can never know about you, and it's what you're going to do next. Because the divine has imbued within us free will. Or to be even more accurate, we are a fragment of that divine, and within that fragment we have our free will over the dominion of this body, this mind. And so what we do with it is up to us. The divine might generally know the great picture as the universe evolves, but when it comes to the spontaneous choice of each decision that an individual makes, not even the divine knows that. Hello, dear 44 Skywalker. Thank you, dear Michael. Dear Caden, I'm sorry I didn't respond to your comment. What was your comment? You're welcome to share it again. Dear, here we go again. You ask about what's on my microphone sock. Onion tears, you're close. You're on the right path. It'll click. I believe in you. I don't want to spoil it. Dear Cody Jane, you ask, what is the divine? The divine is the supreme subject to the objective world, which means that which cannot be seen, heard, felt, or known, and yet is the seer, the listener, the one which feels all and is the knower. That which gives rise to consciousness as a witness, that very background layer to the whole experience, that is the divine, to whom all of this arises, persists through, and returns to. Dear Kara, you ask, is it an emotional support yam? I like that answer. Emotional support Yamsox. Dear Rojin, you ask, hello by the way, what do I think about the divine counterparts? All forms of the divine must have a counterpart. You cannot have Shiva without Parvati, Rama without Sita, Vishnu without Lakshmi, Brahma without Saraswati. You cannot have Prakriti without Purusha. These are two principled forces at work in this cosmos. There is the nature, the material existence, as counterpart to the consciousness, the spiritual existence. They represent the inner flow and the outer flow, the object and subject. Welcome, dear Z. I am a little earlier today, fortunately. Dear Angel, you have an emotional support yam. That's true. Green eggs and yam. You are a fairy, dear Kara. I believe you. Good luck, dear Sky Guardian G. Kara, you ask, what about Kali? Kali? She ain't need no man. Yes, Kali is one without another. She has no counterpart. Thank you, dear Echo, for your quartet of roses. Om Mani Padme Hum. Kyle is back for some good fun. You share that someone ripped the 5th month out of your calendar. You're dismayed. Dear, here we go again. You ask if I can suggest a number between 0 and 36. The positive root to the polynomial x squared minus x minus 1 equals 0. Dear Angel, you share the laugh track is so uncanny. Isn't it? I didn't mean to click that one, but now they're clapping. Hello, dear Jane. Namaste. And hello, dear Flex. What is up? Your future. Looking up, that's for sure. Dear Rojin, you ask, do I think there is just one for each other? Is there a connection only in two? It's a good question. There is meaning in unity, in duality, in trinities, etc. There is really only one divinity, truly. It's just that that divinity has many forms. And the most simplest of forms is that which is relative to another. From unity we get duality. But there's also trinities like the Trimurti of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, creator, preserver and destroyer. So there's an association of 3. There's also the Dashavatar, the 10 incarnations of Vishnu. And so there's an association of the number 10 between these different forms of the divine. It is about the meaning inherent in any symbolism in particular, but not that any symbolism in particular has a truth above all others. Think of it in terms of simplicity. That 2 is the simplest number after 1. And that which is simple is widely applicable to suit many circumstances. Thank you, dear John F., for the harmony you shared too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Yavi. I'm happy that you find fascination here. Likewise. Dear Gaia, you ask, what is the most important component of the body? Depends how we measure importance. There are many parts of our body which we could not live without. As such, if there are multiple necessary causes for our life in this body, then can there be a most important? Therefore, instead of looking at the importance of any individual part, we can look at the importance of the whole coming together and the interconnectedness that each part has to play relative to each other. So I would say an important aspect of our body is the health, and that health is vital for every organ. Alright, dear Gaia, you found a way of asking this question. Say we were deconstructed, what would I reach for first? Well, if I were deconstructed, suppose my hands would be the first thing that I'd use to reach for anything else. But I would have to use my eyes to be able to see what's around. We've already assumed, I think, 2 organs. Dear blue-winged monkey, I am 22 years of age, present. Dear Jane, you share that you appreciate in my past live streams I have showed appreciation for mothers, and you grew up with a lot of shame surrounding motherhood, and it's refreshing to hear my past reflections on it. I'm very privileged to have such a loving mother in my life, and she has taught me many things, and it's not just a duty but an honor to be able to empower mothers around the world. I believe that they show us what divinity looks like. The mother is an incredible phenomenon of existence in which she is able to bring life into this world that is certainly divine. There is no doubt about that. Thank you, Rojin, for your finger heart too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Hanaki, welcome back. Thank you for your heart me. Ram Ram. Dear Gabor, you ask, should you live another day? A life is not about should or should not. In this moment, you are alive, and that's enough. May you find something valuable in this moment. And that's all we ever have to do, moment by moment. Thank you, dear Dub Darker, for your heart me as well. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. Always happy to have space for you here, dear Hanaki. You're very welcome, dear soul. Hello, Fruit Loop. Thank you, Gary King, for your rose as well. Om Som Somaya Namaha. What's to say about my mother? Would love to hear about her, dear Jane. She's really good at taking care of plants and animals. And our yard, front and back, always has at least one animal around. Whether it's a squirrel, a bunny, a hummingbird, or a raccoon. Lots of beautiful flowers that she takes care of. I definitely feel surrounded by nature, because she certainly surrounds herself by nature. And dear Jane, you wanted to share that your bad situation can change in one day. You ask if you should live another day. Yes, the universe has great things for you to see, and it can change in an instant. Thank you for sharing that too. Thank you, Cody Jane, for your heart meat. Om Namo Buddhaya. And Kev, thank you for your rose and heart meat. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. My mom did make a video of herself and I on a walk we had last week. It's a little cute one. Dear Kara, you ask, do I like the word friend? I think it's a beautiful word, and I think everything in our life serves as something that we can befriend. What I love about the idea of a friend is that they're made. We say in English to make friends, that we create them. There's some amount of building together. What it means to have a friendship, that it's not a given, it's a collaborative process of creation. You ask, what letter do I like best in friend? Friend would not be friend without any letter. All of them must come together in order to form this word friend. I like whichever one is currently rolling off my tongue whilst saying it. Friend. Dear Phelps, you had asked if Yam is my name. Indeed. You don't know about wasps though, Kev. I have found that with most animals, if we leave them be, they often leave us be too. They only fear us as much as we fear them. Now, why don't we read from another passage of this wonderful book? This is 108 Adages of Wisdom by Master Sheng Yen, a Chan Buddhist. Mahayana, how shall I say this? A Chinese school of Mahayana Buddhism is what Chan Buddhism is. Here we have collated 108 of Master Sheng Yen's Adages of Wisdom, and here we recount another one on protecting the spiritual environment. This one reads that we have to respond to problems with calm. If our minds are not equanimous, and harmonious, then we will likely say the wrong things and make the situation worse. I love that word, equanimous. I hope I am pronouncing it right. There's a fun comic that comes with it. Someone standing on, what is that? Looks like an upside down pot. They've got fire radiating from their head, and they've got spears and daggers coming out of their mouth. And this poor puppy saying things are getting worse. There is so much conflict in the world. No one can deny the reality of that. Conflict in our lives. However, trying to put up a kind of fight against that conflict would only be intensifying that conflict. Getting angry would just add to the anger in the world. Frustration adds to frustration. When there is a lack of understanding, what is required is understanding. When there is a lack of peace, what is required is more peace. Therefore, it is so important to respond to situations with a sense of calmness, because from that sense of being calm, our whole situation begins to reverberate with that same energy. Namaste. Thank you, dear Jasmine, for your heartbeat. Om Namah Shivaya. Equanimous. Dear Dustin, you ask about my hair routine. It's a lottery. You know, every time I go in the shower, I get a different combination of shampoo and conditioner. So whatever one I reach for first. Told of Love, you ask, what is the yogic approach to experiencing and metabolizing emotions of the egoic self? That's a very beautifully worded question. The alchemy of the soul means that we convert lead into gold. Alchemists for thousands of years have attempted this, to turn lead into gold. But what does this symbolically represent? Lead, of course, is a poison. And gold, of course, is a treasure. So we are converting a poison into a treasure. That's alchemy. Feelings of a limited identity, like anger, greed, envy, jealousy, impatience, etc. These are a poison to our system. And not just metaphorically. Literally, studies have shown that if you do blood work of someone who's angry versus someone who's calm, you will find that the blood work of someone who's angry has higher levels of stress hormones in it, which makes sense. But it's a two-way street. It's not just that the stress hormones cause the anger also causes the stress hormones too. Similarly, other negative experiences of emotion can actively cause stress to the whole body, its nervous system, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, immune response, our circadian rhythm. All of these things become damaged by harboring negative feelings. So it's not just a moral responsibility to remain positive. There's a very real practical significance to our health and well-being. Things just move a lot smoother in the whole body when we remain calm and peaceful. So how do we alchemize that? How do we take what is negative and turn it into something positive? Well, to me, the answer simply lies in understanding what negativity is. Negativity is not a real opposing force to positivity. It's just the absence of positivity. It's what's left when we remove the positivity. Which means that it's a space that can contain positivity. It is ripe for something positive to flourish. No matter what we're experiencing, there's always an acknowledgement of what could be. Each emotion is a sign for us to practice some form of positivity. We can value the fact that this experience is telling us something. When we're angry, that means that we can be more calm. When we're irritated, that means we can be more patient. It's not the opposite of these sensations. It's what is there before these sensations are developed in the positive direction. And it's a blessing to experience them, because every time we do, that brings us in contact with our feelings again, and we can check in on what's there and make adjustments. Our experience of life is certainly limited, but these limitations don't have to feel like a threat to our sense of self. We can refine these limitations and use them to our advantage even. Slowly but surely we alchemize these emotions into a sadhana, a spiritual practice. Thank you, dear Jos, your subscription to a moment ago. I'm only honored to have this space that contains you in it, and I look forward to being a part of our journey together. Radhe Radhe. And Mo, thank you for your heart me and 19 team bracelets. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Amma, thank you for your finger heart too. Radhe Krishna. And hello, dear Ease. Lume, you are wondering, how does one become friends with Yam? Well, by default, I consider you a friend to be made. But if that friendship comes with expectations, I'm afraid probably can't sit at the edge of my bed with my feet waving in the air as we text all night, or attend each other's birthday parties, or other dedications of our time. I have perhaps too many friends to have a best friend, so I hope you understand that I give my time divided to many people, many friends. And dear Angela, you share that you often wonder if anger, resentment, and negative feelings were catalysts to diseases such as cancer. I think there is some medical proof to this. Of course, there's a lot other environmental factors that we don't control. But the yogis of ancient times have been telling us that our happiness is the surest way to a healthy mind and body. Which almost sounds counterintuitive, because if you think about it, most of us usually look at it the other way around. That our happiness comes after we get a healthy body and mind. But the yogis say, actually, let's begin our days in happiness. Let's decide in this moment to find something joyful to express, and then good health and mindset comes from that. And I think I love that view. There's a lot of truth to that. Thank you for your wishes for Tulasi Devi, dear Cole. She is not doing well in my household right now. She's either going to sleep or leaving her body, and I think I've done almost everything I can, but unfortunately I might have to say goodbye to her. Nonetheless, it's also a sacred moment when Tulasi leaves her body, because that means that from her stem and roots we can make sacred Tulasi malas and beads. I love the way you put that, Ise. There's no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. How lovely. Dr. Ginny, you wonder where my dear cat Sandy and Shadow are. They are presumably in their catio. That's how they spend most of their day. They just love being out there, which makes me so happy. G to Infinity, you ask if Tulasi only lasts for a season. In seasonal climates, she does, but ideally near the equator, she lives year-round. But I do live in a place where there is a difference between summer, fall, winter, and spring. There's a chance that she just goes dormant and she wakes up around springtime. However, time will tell. Dear Amma, you ask, am I scared to let the cats roam around? My mother is, because they are quite young still, only 2 years old. And there are some mama raccoons that live also around us, especially in our backyard and bushes. And sorry, I just have to solve a puzzle to prove that this live stream is real. They are very protective creatures, those mama raccoons. So, because my mother is considering their safety, I abide by that too. Though they definitely want to be outside kitties, of course. They're part of the wild. Dear Dr. Ginny, You ask if Tulasi can live inside, and I have brung her inside, yes, to make it a little easier on her. Yeah, I bought a nice grow light that simulates the sun. But you know what? We often forget to simulate the moon. And that's something you almost never see, is that there's a light for plants that simulates the sun, but what about the moon? Because it's said that the plants at nighttime get amrita, the nectar of immortality from the moonlight. Just the certain frequencies of light that come reflected off the spectrum of the moon signal certain growth patterns in plants. It's very important too, which unfortunately I am unable to simulate. Sometimes it does appear that there is a Disney film happening in my backyard. Oh, where are our beautiful Vedic instruments? That's a sad story, dear Jane, but important, that your sister gave her cat away, and she was allergic to farmers. The cat was too domesticated and a wild animal got her because she wasn't raised in a barn. There's a sacred balance of life, these domesticated animals, that they depend on us humans, but also have natural instincts to be free in the wild. Dear Dr. Ginny, you share that it may be the gravitational pull that makes the moon affect the plants instead of light. That's a good point too. Yeah, it's subtle, but the moon definitely has an effect on the life on Earth, especially the ocean and ocean dwellers. Or big bodies of water in general. I think it's really cool that big lakes have tides too, though you often don't think of it. Thank you, dear Jay. Much love. Dear Emma, you also don't let your cats out, as the life expectancy is 2 years on average. My goodness, is that true? What a very sad statistic. Still, for those 2 years, they love to be outside, don't they? Such is the balance between a long life and a happy and exuberant one. Dear Kelly James, your fur babies are also inside babies. You worry too much. That's very understandable. But dear Bubbles, you point out beautiful, beautiful observance that you like encountering outdoor cats as you feel like they have secrets to share. Isn't that true? It just feels like a blessing when you're on a walk and there's a cat. Especially when the cat comes to you. It's like, hey, pet me. Pet me, I will give you sacred vibrations. How fun is that? Emma, you add that in Europe, 2 years life expectancy for cats because of cars, poison, illnesses, and feral animals. That's very difficult indeed. And that's an important thing to keep in mind as well, dear Skyguard Inji, that the decline of some bird populations are due to outdoor cats. However, that's also the dharma of a cat. They are predators by nature. We could just as easily say that the decline of the worm population is due to the birds. Therefore, worms are better than birds. But I think it's safe to say that we can have love for all of the forms of life equally. Dear Small, you share that if you get a cat, you would have to get a kitty harness. Would be too scared to let them out. That's very sweet. Good night, dear Hanaki. And I agree with that, dear Loopy Lane, that cats purr at a healing vibration. Hello, the only yes. Yeah, so we've been waiting for you. I wanted to share your songs earlier, and I actually was about to share them. And then I remembered that you wanted us to wait, so we stopped. Yes, we have to protect the environment from our cats. Just as we have to protect the environment from us humans. Even though we're a part of it. That also means that we have to take care of it from our own tendencies that are part of our evolution. You are ready to explore the soundscape of your creations. Dear the only yes, I'm happy to hear that. Allow me to pause our background music so that we can hear your music. Yes. As I mentioned earlier, we have a show and tell section that I like to do throughout our live streams. And the only S has provided us with some songs to listen to. Allow me to set that up for us. So for show and tell, we have the only S's songs called Straight Flash and I Neglected My Emotions. And I hope that you enjoy them as we listen to them together. You had written a little blurb about them for us. First song, Straight Flush, is actually from a realization you had that just as we shouldn't hold on to the bad time, we shouldn't hold on so tightly to good times either, because we can then miss any opportunity for more good times to be made, as this life is fleeting. Also, it is a good song too, good song for any fun occasion. And I'll read more about your second song after we listen to the first. So, without further ado, the only S is Straight Flash.
Things are moving so fast. Let the good times pass. Things are moving fast. Things are moving fast, fast. Things are moving so fast. Let the good times pass. Let the good times pass. Nothing ever lasts. Nothing ever lasts. Oh my, what a nice laugh. All these memories. Too bad I have to release. It was a nice scene, but there's nothing I need. Vacation was fun, but time to go. Gotta get this show on the road. I finally know my own role. I haven't felt any more lows. Moving to a new place, ooh, what a rush. Know my old face, tired of seeing an old crush. picking up the pace, I can't be touched. Endless fun days, life's lined up like a straight flush. Got new friends, got new peeps. Face the unknown with a big leap. So much space, I can finally breathe. Very wealthy, might get some gold teeth. Think I'm moving so fast. Let the good times pass. Think I'm moving fast. Yes sir, yes sir, I'm up next sir. Yes sir, yes sir, I am blessed sir. Yes sir, I just kissed her. Yes sir, thank you for the check sir. Vacation was fun, but time to go. Gotta get this show on the road.
That was Straight Flash. Thank you for listening. And I love what Dear Magdalene said about it, as it's such a fun track to cruise at night too. And I love the synths as well. Yeah. Very fun. Good reminder that the good times pass too. And as more good times will come in the future, we have to be open to this coming and going of these times. Thank you. That was fun. The second one is called I Neglected My Emotions. You wrote that it's more so a personal one you made on how you're dealing with your trauma and fears and your healing journey. The purpose of the song is to help others heal through triggering and then allowing them to feel into the trigger. I put my Reiki energy into the track for the purpose of the heal and release. Also, it's nice to have something relatable for others to feel they're not alone. And if anyone wants to hear more of my songs, they can find me on any platform with the name The Only S. No spaces, capitals on the beginning of each word. And there's a link tree that I'll mention at the end. Here's I Neglected My Emotions.
Na 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 na. I don't know what to say right now. I am in a hole that I dug out. So much fear that I pushed down. I ignored my soul, so now it shouts. If I'm my own king, where's my crown? Suppressed my thoughts, so now I drown. All this trauma hurts like ow, wow. Hard to sleep at times, so I cry out. So hard to sleep at night. Scared to even close my eyes. Fear of the dark, I seek the light. Tensing up, waiting for the next bite. When thoughts come, I tense up. I tell my brain, please shut the fuck up. No, I must give myself love, love. I really need a hug, hug, hug. I don't know what to say right now. I am in a hole that I dug out. So much fear that I pushed down. I ignored my soul, so now it shouts. If I'm my own king, where's my crown? Suppress my thoughts, so now I drown. All this trauma hurts like ow, wow. Hard to sleep at times, so I cry out. Don't get me started on my pets. They're getting sick, soon they might be dead. I really wanna take them to the vet, but it doesn't help, I'm still in debt. I think I need a guide, 'cause so now I drown. All this trauma hurts like ow, wow. Hard to sleep at times, so I cry out.
Thank you for listening, and that was I Neglected My Emotions. So thank you, dear, the only S, for sharing that. And you had wrote that the period at the end of your name is also a part of your name. And so it's the only S, period. And your link tree is linktr.ee/the only S. But because you can't have periods in the URL, you opted for an underscore, which makes a lot of sense. Let's see if I can show that on screen. I'm not sure if TikTok will allow me to put links, but I can certainly try my best. While I'm trying, allow me to thank you again for having enough vulnerability to put something so personal to you in a song and send that to us for all of us to listen to. The link tree does work. You can take a screenshot of that in case you wanted to see the only S on other platforms. Nonetheless, I am very grateful to have this space where I get to share creative projects that are personal to all of you. So thank you. And if you ever wanted to share something of yours, in the link tree in my bio, there's that show and tell form for you to submit something. Namaste. Very grateful that we got to explore that. Thank you, the only S. And all my best wishes on your ability to continue expressing yourself as you embark on your healing journey too. And I have to stand up for Dear the Only S. It seems like not everyone was respectful to listen to something which was so personal. I will always have your back, the only S. The only person that gets to decide what is or isn't music is the one making the music. And if it's not your genre, that's okay. We can still appreciate that it means something to someone, and I will always have a space here on my live stream for people to express themselves in their unique ways. Dear Life Coaster, you share that you're struggling with your emotions and you don't know how to rebound. Any advice? I think rebound can be a heavy word because it implies that you need to be in some emotional state, which you aren't right now, but that's okay. You don't have to be in any other way than you are right now. And actually, it's possible to feel your emotions to such an extent that even the quote-unquote bad ones become an inclusive part of your experience. Especially when we're feeling sad. Oh, that sadness, I think, is a beautiful feeling. If you are feeling in any way sad, I hope you know that that's a precious experience of us humans, and we should cherish that. There are going to be times in which you're feeling great and on top of the world too, and when that happens, we can cherish that time too. But no matter what arises in our field of sensation, as the only S writes, we can't neglect our emotions. We can't reject them. We can only accept them, work with them, allow ourselves to feel. And I'm so happy to hear that you only asked that you are able to let go now of these negative comments. That's a powerful asset. Hello, dear Brandon. Dear Catherine, you share that you just jumped in to let me know that you're okay. Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Small, you had asked if show and tell is a segment of my lives now. Of course, yes. I recognize that all of you are such an important part of this space, and there's only so much of ourselves that we can express through comments. I hope that you make use of that segment. You can share files and videos, photos, audio files. And I would love to echo your voice, or whatever parts of the universe I can share it to. Dear Brandon, you share that you've been doing amazing. Yeah, it's been quite a change for you. I'm so delighted to hear that. Goes to show that no matter how low we are feeling, there is always the other end to that bear. We just have to be patient enough for it. Thank you, dear Catherine, for your friendship necklace. Dear Isabella, thank you for your rose tone. Radhe, oh Radhe. It's very kind of you, dear Sky Guardian, for expressing your intention to ask for some happy birthday wishes from your guru for me. I'm even honored that you would think of such a thing, but it's certainly not necessary. And I trust your judgment, but I certainly wouldn't wish to burden dear Swamiji with something like that. Even though I would be very honored, I know that I feel his blessings just by having him in the world with me. And I get to know so much about him through people like you, dear Sky Guardian G. And his teachings that he shares with the world is such a blessing. You know, what more could I want than such sublime Vedantic truths? Mr. Guy, you ask if I ever get scared. Every day. Of course. You are very nervous, dear Sky Guardian G. Well, that's understandable. You hate being on camera. Well, why do you have to be on camera? Unless you're just in the frame with him. You're not going to ask on during his satsang, are you? I would kindly ask for you to do it privately, if that's the case. So what do I do when I'm scared, asks Mr. Guy. Well, I try to validate my emotions first and foremost. I ask, does this fear arise from some preciousness of life that I hold on to? If so, then I can value that preciousness of life and take any steps that are reasonable to mitigate that fear. If it's warranted, then there are things that I can do to ensure a kind of cautiousness surrounding something precious to me in this life. You know, I ask myself, according to my experience, is there really something I have to fear? And a lot of the time, after I ask that question and I really give it some thought, the answer is, you know what? No, even though this fear is very real to me, I can infer that it's not something that I actually have to worry about. That by itself is not enough for the fear to just go away, of course. However, it can be a great step in calming down. But really getting personal with the fear, asking ourselves questions about it. Where does this fear come from? What are some things I can do about it? Are there any things I can do about it? How can I find acceptance? Just these questions, this kind of inquiry when the emotion arises. Get in touch with that feeling and trust that it shall pass too. Dear Adam, I love the point that you bring about the separation in identity between yourself and the fear. That this fear is an occurrence to you, which means that you are not the fear. And I love that. Okay, thank you for affirming, dear Sky Guardian G. And thank you, dear Brandon, for your whole galaxy. Your hand hearts too. And your 20 roses. That's always so generous for you to show up with kindness. Even if it's just in the form of an acknowledgement, a hello. Anything more than that is way beyond my expectations, and I'm deeply humbled by this always. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, dear angel. Welcome back. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your flowers too. Om Ram Hanumate Namah. Hello, Assad. Mr. Guy, you shared that you are dealing with chronic pain, but you don't have a prognosis yet, so you pray for acceptance. That's a beautiful prayer. The Serenity Prayer. We pray for... What is it? Let me just look it up so I don't misphrase it. Serenity Prayer is... to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. I love that. It was my grandfather's favorite prayer. If we think about our duty in this life, our responsibility, it's to the extent of our abilities. And the truth is, our abilities have limitations. That this universe, the divine, whatever you want to believe in, it does not expect us to go beyond what we're capable of, because by definition that's impossible. So it's so important that we understand that our best effort is enough. What we can do in this life, that is enough for us to recognize that we are fulfilling our duty, our responsibility. That our purpose of life need not extend beyond that, and the wisdom to know the difference between what we can and cannot do is going to be so important in that acceptance. And that's your favorite prayer too, dear Adam. I love that. Thank you, Born by Lightning, for your trio of roses too. Radhe, oh Radhe. I'll certainly keep you in my prayers, dear Mr. Guy. And I love that affirmation that I will echo from Dr. Ginny. I believe in your ability to figure out how to manage and deal with your pain. I have heard that meditation can be ever so useful. Though pain is a part of life, and we cannot separate ourselves from that, we can create a spiritual kind of distance between the experience and the experiencer. Always easier said than done, however. Dear Nick, you express a difficult challenge in your life, to put it lightly, that someone in your life cheated on you and left you with the children. What do you do now? Or you can be grateful that the children are still in your life. I mean, what a blessing that is. Of course, they are a big responsibility, and I am sorry that you are having to take on a greater load with that. Still, I imagine that the last thing we would want is to be separated from our children. And therefore, that's at least one thing that we can keep in our hearts. I'm not sure about the legalities of her not supporting, but I hope that in any way you can establish a line of communication. You know, your children definitely deserve to have a mother in their life as well. Right now there is heartbreak, and you're not alone in going through that heartbreak. I hope you find support groups and communities that are able to resonate with you and your journey. And I have only the best wishes for your children, because breakup is of course hard for the parents, but it's even harder for the children. And so we have to ensure that they know that they are loved beyond measure by everyone. It's just that the truth of us adults is that we live very messy, complex lives, and our identities can be swept under our feet at a moment's notice. As long as we can continue to remain mindful of everyone involved, set boundaries, communicate, let this be a time of healing. Hello, dear Amanda. Thank you, dear Juliana, for your ice cream cone, your rose, your TikTok, Cloudbread, and a GG. Om Aing Saraswati Namaha. The only S you share that earlier I talked about cats. You heard that cats protect us from things in the spiritual world. Truth? Of course. Haven't you played Minecraft? Do you know, ever since Notch screwed up and created the creeper, they had been devastating Minecraft players for years now. But thankfully, in the jungle update, ocelots came into existence, And by domesticating them with raw fish, you can have a pet cat in your house, and that cat will ward off any creepers. This is good game design. Now suppose you live alone. Now I'm talking about the real world. And while falling asleep, you hear some crash in the kitchen. You might think, my goodness, has someone broken in? Is there some negative force in the house? What to do? But any cat owner becomes impervious to such disturbance, because any such sound can be chalked up to the cat doing something. The same person, same house, same noise in the kitchen, but instead of going, oh, is there a ghost? Is there an intruder? You think, oh, it's Mittens. Whatever, I'll clean it up in the morning. But this is something very profound, actually. That when there is the presence of a cat, we do not feel the presence of something antagonistic, because that role has already been filled by this mischievous furry feline friend. And of course, who can say that a cat's purr isn't healing? They just know. Several months ago, when I was on this very couch, bawling my eyes out, my dear cat Shadow, meow, 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 until I opened the door, came in, jumped right on my lap, which he never does, and just starts purring, making biscuits. Clearly, he knew that I was upset and that he could help, and I felt a lot better, thanks to dear Shadow. I'm very grateful for the cats in my life for being such spiritual beings. There's so many more things you could say about cats, couldn't we? Lord of Lords. You add that you also become impervious to things moving out of the corner of your eye. It's like, oh, it's just a cat. Welcome and thank you, dear Girlweed. Hello, dear Anazak. And hello, the Nobody. I like your wordplay of Brahman and Abraham. I've never noticed that they're almost, what's the word when you can rearrange anagrams of each other? Very interesting. I wonder if there is an etymological connection between these two divine words from different traditions. Dear Jessie, you share that you are blessed with a cat who thinks she's a dog and a dog who believes he is a cat. I like that. Dear Amanda, you share that it was one of your 11 nephews' birthday today. A big 2. Oh, how blessed you are to be an auntie to many. I love that for you. I'm happy to hear that. What an interesting feeling it must be to be an aunt or an uncle. My sister is 8 years younger than me, so hopefully there's no room for a niece or nephew anytime soon, but what a feeling it must be to be an aunt or an uncle. Have a little one in your family. Natural birth control is what you call it. That's funny. Sky Guardian G shared that Swami Tadatmananda Ji is an uncle. How interesting is that? I wonder what that's like to have Swamiji as an uncle. Oh, and that's right, isn't it, Sky Guardian? Brahma and Abraham, they are perfect anagrams, aren't they? Very close ones. But Swamiji never talks about his sisters, so you have no idea. You have to ask him. You have to raise your hand in satsang. Just ask, how's your sister doing? That's how I was when I was in school. Is I'd always ask questions about the personal life of my teachers, just irrelevant to the lesson at hand. Ask in the middle of the lesson, how are you doing today? How are you feeling right now? The Santaji would show you the door if you did that. That's funny. The only S you ask, what is with all these Swami names? What does Swami mean? Trying to keep up. Swami is a term for a Hindu monk. I believe it literally means a kind of husband to the Divine Mother. Just like how a monk is said to be married to God in the Catholic Church, for example. It is to describe someone who has taken something called sannyasa, which is a very specific kind of renunciation of worldly life. And they don on the orange robes, shave their head oftentimes. Their names are often Sanskrit compounds that end in ananda, which means bliss. So their name is the bliss of something in particular. For example, Sky Guardian Ji's guru, Swami Tadatmananda Ji, is the... Actually, I don't know what Tadatma means. I know Atma is the self. Oh, you know what? Tad is just the word tat, isn't it? It's that. So, Tadatmananda is the bliss of that self, that Atma. Thank you, dear Anazek, for the heart me you sent as well. Hare Krishna. No, Swami Tadatmananda means the one that thoroughly knows Brahman. Well, that's a given, if they are a Swami. But is it not the compound of Atma, which is the self, and Tat? Just with the Sandhi rules, the T becomes a D. And hello, the soon future. You're wondering, who is my guru? Well, right now, the universe is my guru. But where and how did I learn all of this Hinduism at such a young age? I think it just creeps up on you out of nowhere. You know, I had no intention of learning any of this, but it forces itself upon me, to use some rather provocative terms. This path has definitely chosen me. I was happily growing up to be a mathematician or particle physicist, and then out of nowhere, it's like this wave of Eastern spirituality came over me out of thin air. It must be a samskara that happened while I was living in my dormitory at university. Like I'm a sleeper agent for Eastern spirituality. Whole life not believing in any of it, and all of a sudden, oh my God, I didn't choose this. And thank you, dear loving vegans we are. I was about to say loving vegans VR. Thank you for your cloud bread. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And thank you for finding beauty in me. I'm not sure where. Is this one full name or two names coming together? Kari Nekaran. Thank you. You can tell me how to pronounce your name. The only ask you ask, what's my understanding of synchronicity and destiny? What do we keep in our mind? Surely that we see in the world. It's no coincidence that people who are positive up here also see so much positivity out there. People who are negative up here also see so much negativity out there. Very rarely you'll find a person whom the inner world does not match what they find in the outer world. Pardon me. You know. So, it's what we keep in our mind that determines what we see in this world. True at the grand scale, but also in small things like new concepts that you just learned. They're always surrounding us, but now that we've gained an awareness of that, they pop out to us more and more, and it becomes a feedback loop. That's synchronicity. Destiny, on the other hand, that is for us to decide. The beautiful fact about the nature of karma is that it simultaneously can be used interchangeably with the notion of free will and fate or destiny. The law of karma states that if we stop engaging in this world right now, then what we get to experience is solely determined by everything else we have engaged in up to that point. But if we want to shape the path forward, then that means engaging in it in this moment. Thank you, dear Ushabai, for your subscription. You know, I'm very honored that you are so supportive of me in this space. Really, I wish to give back to you more than anything, since you have given so much to me. Om Ram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. I like your portmanteau, dear Magdalene. Synchro destiny. That's a high vibration word. Smile Joe is still waiting for GTA 6, aren't we all? How you do anything is how we do everything. I love that, dear Jessie. Yeah. Dear Vermamica, you ask if I can explain Ram Das's Be Here Now. You started reading it and each page is super designed. Did I like it? Oh, such a beautiful book, isn't it? I tell you what, it's in the living room. I have a copy of it. If you'll just give me 30 seconds, we can crack open a page and explore it together. Just give me a moment. I'm back. Here we have the wonderful book of Ram Dass, Be Here Now. Be here now. Here be now. Be now here. Now be here. Now be here. Remember. This book is full of wonderful illustrations that are just as mystical as they are practical. Every page has something, which is great because I don't have a lot of attention for books that don't have pictures in them. It's a wonderful picture book. Ram Dass, of course, is the wonderful Dr. Richard Alpert that became who he is today under the guidance of his guru, Neem Karoli Baba. And there's a wonderful picture of his guru reading through the book at the end of the book, which is confusing because what do you think would happen when Neem Karoli Baba flipped to the page where he's reading the book that he's reading? And then he's just staring at himself reading the book that he's reading, or he's staring at himself reading the book that he's reading. Now, let's see. Actually, I think these pages are numbered. Are they up to 108? Of course. Someone give me a number from 108. Actually, specifically, I would love for a number to be given from Vermamika, since you asked. I would love for you to give me a number, and we can explore that page together. 456, unfortunately, that is not a number between 1 and 108, unless you're referring to pages 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, dear Maria, for the rose you sent as well. Radhe, oh Radhe. 86, that's a good one. Let me come close. Let's see if I can read this for you. And what is this place? Hindus call it the Atman. And what is the Atman? The Bhagavatam, one of the holy books of India, says, the Atman, or divine self, is separate from the body. It is one without a second, pure, self-luminous, without attributes, free, all-pervading. It is the eternal witness. Blessed is he who knows this Atman, for though an embodied being, he shall be free from the changes and qualities pertaining to the body. He alone is ever united with me. This is the place of pure being, that inner place where you dwell. You just be. There is nothing to be done in that place. From that place, then, it all happens. It manifests in perfect harmony with the universe. Because you are the laws of the universe. You are the laws of the universe. There's a beautiful diagram. I think it's mostly decoration, but it also is a symbol of the Atman, which is a lotus. You know, the famous Buddhist mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, means the jewel at the center of the lotus. What is that jewel? What is the pure self, the Atman? And I'm being a bit mischievous right now, because actually the Buddhists don't believe in the Atman. But the metaphor of the lotus in Hinduism refers to the blossoming of experience that comes from that central point, the Atman. Atman is such a beautiful word. It refers to one's true self. And as Ram Dass has pointed out here, when one reaches that true self, what is there to be done? What is there to accomplish? Everything that is being accomplished happens naturally as it unfolds from you. You are the laws of the universe. You are the Rta, the cosmic order itself. This is a very high point. Of course, this true self is very abstract, especially when we understand ourselves to be the body, or the mind, or our role in society, the view that we have on the outside, based on the world. But the Hindus, the yogis, they say that this is only true from the perspective of the material world, that you are this changing thing that lives, decays, and dies. But on the other side of your experience, within, the one who is doing the watching is ever free, ever pure, formless, and changeless. Hard to imagine because it's the one doing all the imagining. What does the dreamer look like? Suppose you could describe them as the jewel at the center of the lotus. And thank you, dear Smarty Jonas, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Jai Hanumanji and Tapini. I have to say your name like that. Tapini. Thank you for your heart me. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. Dear Tejas, O fire, you ask, what do the Buddhists believe in compared to the practitioners of the Sanatana Dharma? Well, to be fair, they believe in more things similar than different. They are a part of Dharmic religions. The Hindu Dharma, or the Sanatana Dharma, is very much brothers and sisters with the Buddhist Dharma, the Jain Dharma, the Sikh Dharma. They have co-evolved together. Really, the primary difference between Buddhists and Hindus is that the Hindus ultimately accept everything as an expression of the self, but the Buddhists reject everything instead. So there's a total kind of nothingness of being in the Buddhist view. They go so far as to say that you don't exist. There just only is what's happening in this moment. And they call that the view. And the highest level. And at the highest level of Hinduism too, we get a very similar radical view, but it's just the complement of that. It's that nothing separate from you exists. That it's all you. There is no other. But these are very complementary to me, and I use that word rather than opposite, because to me they are the same. It just depends what you're calling this oneness, and that's the point. On one hand, there is no you, and everything is one. On the other hand, there is but you, and everything is one. And there have been enlightened masters from both views, so I see that they must be equivalent at some level. Dear Tejas, you share that you did a 10-day Vipassana retreat. Even though it wasn't Buddhist necessarily, it was life-changing for you. I'm so happy to hear that. And I'm happy to hear that my response made sense. That's a miracle when that happens. And dear Angela, you ask, why did I choose Hindu instead of Buddhist or another religion? Well, the truth is that I didn't. Actually, I have a lot of love for all faiths and paths. I don't consider myself a follower of anything in particular. But I use a lot of Hindu terminology. For me, it's the most accessible. But it's more of a language than a truth. Because the truth of all religions is one. I just happen to prefer the language of Hinduism and Buddhism, which is so diverse, by the way. There really isn't any one set of beliefs that we can call Hinduism. It's much, much, much more vast than we can really comprehend. But yeah, I feel like the truth that I'm being drawn to is neither Hindu nor Buddhist, not Christian nor Sikh, not Jain nor Jewish. It's something transcendental to religion itself. Thank you, dear Tejas, for your fire tone. Jai Sitaram. Now, K-Dub, speaking of Hindu cosmology, you ask if I believe we're living in the Kali Yuga. It's difficult to say for certain, since it relies on some ancient astrological calculations that can be done in a variety of ways. The traditional view is that we are 427,000 years to go into the Kali Yuga. That is to say, we're 5,160 years into it, thereabouts. But there have been teachers like Sri Yukteswar Giri, whom said that actually we're not in that age, and I think Sadhguru too says we're not either. To me, I see all of this debate about what yuga we're in as evidence for the Kali Yuga. Because if there was a yuga where we don't know what yuga we're in, and there's debate about what it is, then it would probably be the Kali Yuga. I would imagine that in any higher age, we would just know. But maybe that's my wishful thinking. I don't know. Anyway, almost everything in Hindu thought has a duality within a person too. And so this cosmos, or even just our local cosmos here on Earth, is said to be in the Kali Yuga, but that might not be reflective of what age exists in your heart. And in your heart, if the predominant quality is sattva, goodness and purity, then within you are in the age of truth, the Satya Yuga. And I hope that all of us as spiritual seekers climb into higher and higher ages from within, regardless of our external yuga. It's quite alright, dear Angela. I am not offended by your curiosity. I like your description of different traditions being ways to communicate the truth with others, Dr. Ginny. Told of Love, you ask, so does the age shift on a gradient by various sub-ages? Very interesting. I like your word choice of gradient. Almost everything in life happens according to gradients. It's not like you're peacefully enjoying a sunny day and then snap your fingers, suddenly it's nighttime. Someone typed in chat, /time set 0. That would be the command in Minecraft. There's a period of dusk, the sun setting, as it slowly goes over the horizon, and not all at once. First, just a part of its outer corona goes below, and then you see that disk of light sliding past the horizon, but its coronal glow still there, and we enter twilight, and slowly the stars come out. Almost everything happens in terms of gradients. So I think along those lines too, any shift in age would happen slowly, maybe brought about by a series of spontaneous moments that, when we zoom out, form a whole. The definition of the Satya Yuga, by the way, is an age in which sattva predominates, the quality of goodness. Dwapara Yuga is defined by an age in which sattva but also rajas is present. Rajas is the quality of passion, which is a little mischievous, isn't it? Passion can get us into lots of trouble. And then when sattva goes away, and now even tamas starts coming too, the quality of darkness, then we're in the Treta Yuga. And when only tamas is predominant, darkness, then we're in the Kali Yuga. But given that description, any of these gunas, these qualities, don't just spawn in and out of existence. There has to be a gradual rise in sattva, rajas, and tamas, or a decline in them too. Thank you, dear auntie, for your heart meme, your tiny, and your quartet of roses. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Welcome, dear auntie. Abyssus. Oh, you know what? I think you might have a, pardon me. I think you might have a US flag in your name that's being rendered on my screen as just the letters U and S. So it looks like Abyssus, but I think your name is Abby. And pardon me for my voice going a little bit. But you had asked, what is the meaning of life? And would life be meaningful without God? It's a very beautiful series of questions. Well, life is experienced by many, and meaning found in your life might be different from the meaning found in mine. But we're all part of one whole, and there's also meaning in that. We can start our discussion there, but onto your second question, would life be meaningful without God? We have to really ask the question first, what is God? At the most practical level, God is what illumines your five senses. The consciousness. God is that sense of I am. Such is why In the Hebrew Bible, God reveals to Moses by request, I am that I am. That's the nature of divinity, is being, pure being. And that's something that exists within all of life as the originator. From this sense of being, all of the experiences arise, persist for a while, and subside. So could there be meaning without that? Clearly, according to that technical definition, the answer would be no, because there would be no experience. Experience is given by that cosmic witness that sees through everyone's eyes, hears through everyone's ears, knows through everyone's mind. Meaning is something subject to our experience. So without one to be doing any experiencing, there would be no meaning. There would be no us either, since our true nature is rooted in that divine self. And you don't have to worry. It's not that the app is censoring you. It's just a problem with my display, since sometimes Unicode characters have a hard time rendering in all contexts. I'm not streaming from my phone. I'm streaming from my Windows laptop. Thank you, dear Maria, for the bubble tea that you sent too. Hare Krishna. And dear Auntie, you share that you've learned that nothing has meaning until we give it meaning. And I see the truth in that too. As divine offshoots, little saplings that have come from that source, we carry with us the ability to imbue meaning. That is our creation. Dear Angela, you had asked, how do we deal with feelings of betrayal and maltreatment? Well, first of all, healing from those wounds by complementing that with positive treatment, surrounding yourself with people that do bring out what's possible in you. That is always going to be a necessary step. And when you're ready, and according to no timeline than the one that you decide on your own, forgiveness will help. We just have to understand what forgiveness means, because it does not mean forgetting what they did to you. It does not mean validating their lapse of judgment or crossing of boundaries. It's actually something we give ourselves. We give ourselves the freedom of letting go of those things. See, the thing is that until forgiveness comes, then we are still being punished by holding on to the way things could have been, unfortunately. Forgiveness means that we just understand that life has gone the way it has gone, and we cannot change that past. Who knows what circumstances would make someone do that to us? It doesn't justify it, but at least we can understand that that's where they were at their journey of life, and we wish them well on their continued journey too. They must have been in pain in order to inflict in pain on us, and so that that pain does not continue to spread, we pray to some extent that the pain within them leaves them too, lest anyone feels like they're being punished. But truthfully, no one can take your power away. In the most ultimate sense, the nature of your being is inconquerable. These bodies and minds, of course, scar but your spirit is boundless. And no matter what happens circumstantially to you, you get to decide how you want to be in this moment within. And we rise from that with love and trust and confidence to pave a future where people don't have to experience the same things that you did. Dear Jessie, you had asked, how does one maintain a presence of divinity throughout the day, remaining in the presence of God? That is a beautiful question too. You're welcome, dear Angela. I hope that was understandable. I hope I have understood you too. The secret to God's presence is in His absence. I'll say that one more time. The secret to God's presence is in His absence. What do I mean by that? Well, what do we equate with God? Goodness, love, light. And so when we're surrounded by love, goodness, and light, it's easy to feel the presence. But when that's not there, we're left of an absence. With love, light, and goodness, there could be, for example, hatred, darkness, or negativity in general. So how do we find God in the absence? By recognizing that even those are expressions of the divine. How so? They are the kinds of expressions which inspire goodness and light and love. So whenever we are faced with something challenging, something difficult, an adverse moment where we're not feeling the love and the light and the goodness, then that is a space which is here to inspire that from you. In other words, the divine has left some room in creation for you to fill in the gaps, saying, here you go. I have invested in you the power to love, to be good, to bring light. In this space, you have the chance to find me, to manifest me, to bring me out. Therefore, we bring out the presence in those moments of absence. And thus we see it all as various stages of God becoming as this universe. Bodhisattva. It's very interesting you talk about the densities. I've heard that arises in the law of one and Ra's concept of the octave of existence, that life exists just like musical notes on a piano, various stages of spiritual evolution. But just like an octave, once you go up 8 notes, you return back to where you started, but from a higher octave. Like climbing the piano, you start with middle C, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then you land at C. It has the same kind of feeling, but it's higher. In this case, literally a higher frequency. So the 9th density would be equivalent to the 1st, and the 10th would be equivalent to the 2nd, from just a higher point of view. And thus, we recognize that in these cycles of life that we experience, even if we feel like we've returned to the same place before, actually, we are now higher. and the only S you had asked in relation to our discussion of yugas. So this 1,000 years of peace mentioned in the Bible, I'm losing my voice again, is supposed to be the next yuga. I'm not sure if it exactly mentions any specific duration of time in the Bible. I think it refers to the next age, but scholars debate how exactly long an age is. You'll find different measurements. But perhaps you could make a parallel between that in the Christian scriptures and that in the Hindu scriptures. And dear Dr. Ginny, you share that also we recognize the divinity in ourselves, even when we're not all love, light, and positivity. That's for sure. Perhaps it's a good moment to hydrate myself, dear G to Infinity. I must get my water bottle from the other side of my room. I will be back in just a few seconds. Good night, dear Amanda. Hello, dear Xenon. What are we talking about? Well, a couple of things, I suppose. We are changing topics as we go through our exploration of matters pertaining to spirituality, consciousness, happiness, personal development in general. Dear Mackie, you had asked, what is my life path number? You know, I think my life is full of different numbers, and I know that there is a concept of a life path number where each person is given a number, but I also feel like this can be a simplification of life, since you are so much more than what is defined by numbers. There are as many life paths as there are people. And so at the moment there's, 8 billion different kinds. Yes, we may share many different similar themes, but each of our lives are unique in their own way. And so I don't think we can so easily categorize people based on their life. It's also up to them to decide in each moment. Your destiny is paved by you. So allow us to use numbers in a variety of ways, but I hope that we do not feel limited by them. Dear Andrew, you expressed that you can't stand living in this society that worships the dollar. You want your children to live in the world. I think perhaps the comment got cut off, and there's another part of this, but I understand. I believe that this is the nature of false idols that spiritual sources have been telling us. That we have invested power into something material. But nothing material can truly represent the spiritual. Something like happiness is spiritual and not material, which means that if we give power to something material in the hopes that it will bring us happiness, then we've already created a scenario which will never happen. However, we can at least use what we got. Perhaps one day a great revolutionary will come around, and through the minds of many brilliant people, perhaps in this lifetime, we can work towards a future that doesn't have to rely on currency to exist. But in the moment, there are great things that we can do with it. For example, we can help social causes around the world and assist in humanitarian movements, even when we are on the other side of the planet. Money is like a pair of hands that can reach farther than our physical ones. And so to me, it's what we do with it that makes the biggest difference. And there are certainly some wonderful things we can use for the benefit of the people with it. Thank you, dear Anasak, for your trio of roses too. Ram Ram. And hello, dear MJ. You are back in the States. Welcome. Good night, dear Anasak. And dear Xenon, it is a big question how it is possible to live without currency. Lots of change would have to occur. Definitely. Ideally, we'd have to be living much smaller lives, because only at the level of small communities can there exist such self-sustenance. To organize a whole province of the world, country, or even the whole world would be a very interesting challenge to do so without any sort of transaction in the form of fiat currency. But I like that challenge. It just requires a lot of really bright minds to come together and look for clever solutions. And I certainly don't claim to know any myself. And like what Xenon says, that corruption comes within human nature, not just currency. I would not blame the currency itself, because it's us who get to decide whether or not it has any value. For example, you can wave a $100 bill in front of your dog every day, and your dog's not going to get corrupt. Why? Because in the dog world, they don't give value to such things. They give value to pets and fetches and food and walks and belly rubs. For example, if as a society we all collectively decided tomorrow that we're going to double the price of everything but also double the income, then now our money would have half as much value. Even though it's all doing the same thing, we've just doubled the numbers that we use to describe everything. This means that the value that we prescribe to it is something that us humans have created. And it's that value which we put on it, which gives it its power. And that power comes from our ability to use it for either better or for worse, to create change in this world. And for those of us that wish to control our world, because perhaps maybe they had a traumatic childhood in which there were things out of their control, then they may grow up to be people that wish to control the world around them through means like money. But I would not say that it's the money itself which is doing the corrupting. And dear Thor, now you want to be a dog. Me too. I could go for a nice belly rub right now. Thank you, dear pirate princess, for your heart, me, and quintet of team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. And the raging light, thank you for your quartet of roses. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. Diana, thank you for your heart, me, and team bracelet. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts as well. Om Namo Buddhaya. And hello, dear alcoholic Jesus. And thank you, the Raging Light, for your subscription, and Rose, as well as a fire. I'm very grateful to have you here. Any way in which I can continue to be of service of you, let me know. Don't worry so much, dear Xenon. Naturally, the question of economics and currency is a big discussion, and truthfully speaking, it's out of the scope of this live stream. It's not for us to bash our heads around trying to make sense of it. Ultimately, our biggest problems in life are not financial ones. They are spiritual ones. When it comes to happiness, no matter if you have $0 in your bank account or $1 billion, you can be miserable and poor, and you could be miserable and filthy rich. You can also be very happy, wealthy, and very happy in poverty too. That is my priority in this live stream, is to direct us to happiness that's available regardless of circumstance, and bring awareness to movements which can provide change to our circumstance. And hello, dear Shadow Wolf. I am well. Thank you for asking. Karine Karan. Again, please tell me if I can pronounce that another way. Where did I get this wisdom? Well, I'm honored that you find any wisdom in my words. But truthfully, I think it's just a matter of trying to be mindful of everyone's perspectives. And in this space, I wish to convene perspectives in such a way that it highlights our shared strengths and virtues. All I am to thee is but a reflector of perspectives, and I hope to align myself in such a way that all the perspectives that come into my life become harmonized and shared with you all. Welcome, dear Romy. And thank you, Pirate Princess, for your quintet of balloons and trio of roses. Very kind of you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I have found that, in my experience, the greatest change that we can bring to the world doesn't come from thinking in terms of policy, in terms of judicial systems, theories of government, because the most peaceful people were not economists or politicians or holders of government offices. If anything, it's quite the contrary, isn't it? The most peaceful people that created the biggest change in the world, they started within their own heart. They simplified life down to its essence and moved effortlessly from there to bring more love into their family, their friends, their community. And then that community was inspired and became a role model for surrounding communities. And like that, change happens from the small and then radiates out to the level of the city, state, country, world, planetary embassy, galactic federation, universal organization. So, thank you, dear Kazki, for your heart me as well. Radhe Radhe. Dear Shadow Wolf, you share that you could truly appreciate some advice for a relationship as you have a very heavy decision to make. You're welcome to share. I'd be happy to try to understand as best as I can. Dear Zenon, you are very curious about me. If I am a Buddhist, if I believe in a soul, how I made videos about math and then that suddenly changed. See, what you have to understand is that I'm not really a person. I don't have opinions on things. I don't have a belief system. I don't identify myself with any ideology. I'm just a being having a human experience like the rest of you. Any sort of personal identification with any belief system or theory or politics or religion, it's really none of my business what the universe has in store for me. My experience is not something that I get to decide, and it's from our experiences that we gain our perspectives, isn't it? If I was raised in a Christian household, I would probably be Christian. If I had a traumatic experience surrounding the church, I would probably then become an atheist. If I was born in India, maybe I'd be a Hindu, but you know, all I know is that when I offer a space to others, this is one for all of us to bring perspectives together for. And none of them in particular define us, but we can use these to gain a better picture of this world as a whole. And therefore, I hope to accommodate many different belief systems. Whether you are a Buddhist and you don't believe in the soul, or you are a scientist and you prefer terms of consciousness, or if you are an actress and you love to see this world as a play and a kind of performance, I hope to bring complementary perspectives that uplift your own, and I have none of my own, truly, to replace with anyone's. All I hope is that whatever you are, you feel free to express yourself in this space, and that you leave the space being empowered in exactly the essence of your being, regardless of where we come from. Now, if you're interested to know about my journey with mathematics, actually my very first videos were about spirituality. It's just that they never went viral. It was just my little fun, goofy videos I made on math that most people know. Math has a big part in my life because it's what led me to spiritual things. It's what led me to the unity of perspectives and the harmony of different belief systems, theories, models, and ideologies. Through mathematics, we find a great diversity of forms. But yet, according to the theory of sets, it all comes from a kind of nothingness, which gives rise to everything. And unfortunately, the kind of videos I made in the past were not conducive to what I really wanted to share. Because I really don't want to provoke people out of their element. I really have no place in shaking people to open up to things that they haven't experienced yet. And you don't know, but behind the scenes I was suffering greatly with my mental health, and I was not walking the talk, so to speak. In a few trips to the hospital and back, I realized that if we want to make a practical difference in our life, then it starts with something much simpler, something much more gentle, something much more affirming and validating. And my old content was none of those things. Though there was a shift in my internet presence, but the nature of my being has always been the same. Just my role has changed. Now, on the topic of math, is math discovered or invented? Well, of course, it's both, my dear. We invent the rules, but discover what we can do with them. We invent the symbols, and then discover how we can manipulate them. If you wanted to know more about my personal journey, you're welcome to see the frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio. But dear Shadow Wolf, you share that your relationship has been a very wild one, filled with chaos spirits, abuse, manipulation, and you've now been given an ultimatum. Thank you for sharing. No one ever deserves to be faced with an ultimatum, because life is not defined in terms of binaries. That either you have to do this, or else. This is an invention of the human mind. If we look around us in nature, there's always a compromise. But we can't compromise with those who are unwilling to be open to these facts of life. You certainly deserve to be surrounded by people that recognize the spectrum of life and all of its expressions, and give you a place to be able to share what makes sense to you at that moment, and providing honest and authentic communication. My wish is for such people to enter your life. I am sorry to hear about abuse, manipulation. No one could ever wish for that for another human being, or any being for that matter. However, I know that your unique experience of life is one that is made specifically for you. And I'm not saying that you ever had to go through the things that you did, nor that you should have, but I am saying that we have to work with what we've got. And even those traumatic moments can be ones which inspire great change in later life. The darkness that you faced has probably led you to a kind of light that you wouldn't have noticed otherwise. Just like how, while the sun is out, we are unable to see the stars, not because they go away, but because the sun washes them out. So too, when we experience the dark night of our soul, so to speak, then in that night we feel as though we are surrounded by little lights which have always been there, but we wouldn't have seen otherwise if the sun did not go down. Likewise, with your unique experience of life, you can bring so much love and light into this world. And it starts with standing up for yourself by being a role model for those whom have yet to learn how to. And although it's an eternal learning journey for us all, you set the precedent for others by setting those boundaries that need to be and expressing that you're open to communication, but if they're not, then there can be no dialogue further. Understand the principles which you value and make decisions based on those. Welcome, Soulless. And welcome, dear Pascal. Dear Pikachu, you ask if I dance. I think each little moment can be like a dance, from the way that we jump out of our car to get to the door, the way we spin around in our room and jump in our bed, the way that we open up our doors, brush our teeth, the way that we extend our arms to hug someone, the circular movements of washing dishes. Almost everything can be a dance, if you're willing to make it one. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your flowers too. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Neon Jello Pack, you ask, do I study mathematics academically, or did I learn in a different setting? I formally went to university, but I didn't show up to my classes. In fact, what I'd do is I'd stay home from my math classes so that I could do math. I was skipping my math classes so I could do math myself. I never cared much for learning about math. I cared about playing with it, because to me it was like an infinite sandbox where you get to explore the universe. And so I'd play around with equations and graphs and numbers, etc. And I'd do so instead of going to math class. I think I probably have one of the world record lowest GPAs at like a 0.6. It's a miracle they let me attend as long as I did. Yeah. No, eventually I stepped back to focus on my mental and physical health. Dear Amanda, you're back. Welcome. You ask, have I ever heard of when a death happens, a life is born? That makes sense to me. Flow of life is such. Physical death is astral birth. Astral death is physical birth. But I know you're also referring to just at the level of physical. As one being comes out of this world, another comes in. And I love that. You're wondering when I graduated high school. I graduated... I don't know, I can't remember. You know, the funny thing about how I think about my memories is that I think about them in terms of what grade I was in, and that screwed me from then on. I think about, oh, I was in grade 3 when that happened, kindergarten then, so I graduated in grade 12. What year was that? I have to think. I graduated at 16. I am 22 now, so 6 years ago, that would be 2018, or maybe plus or minus, depending on what part of the year. You're very funny, Solus. I'm sure waking consciousness, or maybe sleeping consciousness, will come to you, whatever first. Neon Jello Pack, you're wondering what it means to play with math. It truly is the essence of mathematics, is something you play with. It's very difficult to explain to you what that's like because it's not something we're really taught in school. In school, we're taught how to use math for the applied sciences, ideally, for making measurements, for doing calculations. But it's actually very rare that a mathematician will be doing calculations like that. That's why we've made computers to do the computation for us. I'm trying to think if we can do an example of playing around with math together here. I think we can. Wait a second. Alright. We can play around with some math. Let me just get it set up. Actually, that's an even better idea. ID10T. Golden ratio we can play around with. So, the golden ratio, I will give you the definition of it, and then we're going to play around to figure out some of the aspects of it. So the golden ratio is defined in terms of a ratio between two things. Let's call them A and B. A and B. Specifically, let's denote the golden ratio, phi, as the ratio between A to B. A over B. In other words, the golden ratio defines how much bigger A is to B. We haven't described what property it has to fulfill yet. And by the way, while we play around, if at any point you're getting flashbacks to math class, I just want to remind you, this is not math class. This is a TikTok live stream There's no expectations for you to remember any of this, and there's no test. We're truly just playing around with it. So, now we're going to define a very lovely ratio, one that has a nice property. We're going to define the ratio such that the ratio of A over B is going to be the same as A plus B over B. No, sorry, over A. That the ratio of the bigger one to the smaller one is going to be the same as the whole length to the biggest one. And that's special. Not every ratio has that property. In fact, really only one does. So, it's that special ratio that's called golden. Now that we have an equation that defines it, we can now solve for what it is. Doing some algebra, symbolic manipulations. We want to know, what is the value of this ratio? Is it somewhere between 2 to 1 and 1 to 1? Is it bigger than that? Does such a ratio exist? We'll find out. So what we can do, for example, is we can also simplify things by just making B equal to 1, because truthfully, it doesn't actually matter what either A or B is in particular, and I didn't mean to minimize that. It just matters what the relative ratio is. So we can just assume that B is equal to 1, for example. Unfortunately, I minimized that, but if you plug back in the numbers, this means the golden ratio will just be equal to A. And as we said, that'll be equal to A plus B over A, which would be A plus 1 over A. But now we're just using two variables for the same thing, since when we set B equal to 1, then A is just the golden ratio. So why don't we just simplify things? We don't have to keep track of A's and B's. Let's just use the golden ratio. This means that the golden ratio is just equal to itself plus 1 over itself. That's a very special number. What sort of number, when you add 1 to it and then divide it by itself, gets you back at the same number? Not all numbers have that. You try number 3. 3 plus 1 divided by 3. Well, that's not 3. That's 4/3. Very different from 3. So what sort of number is this, we wonder? 1. We try number 1. 1 plus 1 is 2 divided by 1. That's 2. Now that's bigger. So if we guess that the golden ratio is 3, then we ended up with a number less than 3. We started with 1 and we ended up with a number more than 1. We must be on two sides of that number. So it must be in between 1 and 3. But this is all guesswork. How do we find its exact value? Well, that's where some algebra comes in. If we multiply both sides of the equation, since what you do to the left you have to do to the right, we get that phi times phi, which is phi squared. That must be equal, and here the fraction cancels out, to phi plus 1. It's another way of saying this property of the golden ratio, just from another perspective. Wow, this is a number that when you square it, it's equal to just adding 1 to it. That's nice. I wish all numbers were like that, because how many times we had to find the square of a number in school? Wouldn't it be nice if we could just add 1 to that number instead, and there's the square? This is a very interesting number, isn't it? So what number when we square it is equal to adding 1 to it? I don't know. Let's find out. Gonna make some more space. And uh-oh. I've done that thing again where I've locked myself into drawing, so I'm gonna have to restart my live stream in a second. Here, I'll use the space at the top. I'm actually going to move all of the terms to the left-hand side and write that phi squared minus phi minus 1 is equal to 0. Just another way of saying this property, that when you square this number, you subtract itself, and you subtract 1, then you get 0. But now that it's in the form of a polynomial, there's a way of solving for the root of a polynomial, or a quadratic formula. That is the quadratic formula. And if you solve for the root of this polynomial, then you will get the exact value of the golden ratio, which I'll just write below here. I'll save you the details. Quadratic formula will give you that it's minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. If that doesn't make sense to you, don't worry. It doesn't have to. This isn't math class. Ultimately, we get 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2. That is the exact value of the golden ratio. And that's where a mathematician would leave it, because that's precisely what it is. It's 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2. What is the square root of 5? Well, it's irrational. Somewhere between 2 and 3. We could write out the digits, but that would take forever. Literally. And if you plug that into a calculator, that is about 1.618, etc. With digits going on forever. So a number that's about 1.618 has this property that if you had the ratio of it between two things, that if A was about 1.618 times bigger than B, and that also means that the ratio between that whole length and the bigger of the two would also be the same. Another way of saying that in a kind of magical way is that this is a number. When you square it, it's the same as just increasing that units column. And so we've discovered this interesting personality. This number has character to it. It's got aspects that are unique to it that other numbers don't have. And we just discovered this by playing around with the rules of mathematics. That we discovered the value of this number that had a very special property. We kind of invented this property. We thought, what if there was a number that had this property? And then we discovered what it would be. This is the kind of things that you can do just with a piece of paper, a pen, and your imagination. And that's recreational. That's fun. Now, unfortunately, I will have to just restart my live stream because the software has glitched and I'm unable to erase this, and I would like to do the rest of my live stream without math on my face. So just give me one moment. The live might cut out for you, but it will be back in less than a minute. See you soon. So just give me one moment. The live might cut out for you, but it will be back in less than a minute. See you soon. Alright, I think I'm back. Hopefully. And my screen is cleared. Unfortunately, as with anything, it's very difficult to make a class which is just for creative exploration. And there's not many people that probably know how creative math is. It's almost like a secret within the mathematical community. It's a type of art that most people don't know. You would really have to discover it outside of school to be able to find it. And for those that want to know where the artistic side of that process came in, it's how we got to that answer of the golden ratio being 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2. There isn't one way of finding that. In fact, there's literally infinite ways that we could have gone there. I took a very boring way, admittedly, where I just created a quadratic formula and then used that. But you could also explore the Fibonacci sequence to do it, or use some geometric approaches. You could use analytic techniques. You could probably even use the world of complex numbers. There's so many creative ways in which we could arrive there. Consider math like a dance contest. You know, the goal is to impress the judges, but there isn't one way to get that result. And you just have fun along the way and you discover new things. Like, for example, in the approach that we took, we discovered that it had some very interesting arithmetical properties. Like, it's a number that when you square it, it's the same as just adding 1 to it. And if we continued along that path, we could discover some more cute facts about this number that no other number has. And so it's special in that way. Thank you, dear Catherine, for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Xenon, you're wondering if I can explain unreal numbers. Well, I'm not familiar with unreal numbers, but there are imaginary and surreal numbers. Dear Veronica, you ask what time does my live start? They are a little spontaneous, just as soon as I have a moment in my days, but that's usually in the evenings or afternoons for me, and I live in the Pacific time zone, so maybe around 5 p.m. Pacific time, maybe 6, 7 at the latest or earlier. For me, I started this live stream about 3 hours ago, so whatever time it is for you, just dial back the time 3 hours and the good average point that I began. Dear Karma Kazi, yes, I see that you are very passionate in wanting to share something. What is it that you wanted to share? Yes, you were curious about imaginary numbers, dear Xenon. Yes, those are the numbers who are the roots of the negatives. We know that a positive times a positive is a positive, and a negative times a negative is a negative. So what number times itself would make a negative? It must be neither positive nor negative. It must be something else. So we call that imaginary, but it turns out it's actually very real. As our universe appears to make use of such creatures. Dark matter is a whole other kind of phenomenon. Dark matter is, as far as I know, a mystery. No one actually really knows what it is. It seems like there's more mass to the galaxies than would be expected for it to be held together. if you just keep track of all the stars and the cosmic dust in our galaxy, you'd expect that there's too much distance and that it should be ripping itself apart by its own angular momentum. But that's not what we find. We find that galaxies are nicely snug, tightly together. And the only force that we know does that on such scales is gravity. So if gravity is responsible for keeping galaxies together instead of flying apart, then there must be some matter that is not lit up in the sky. In other words, matter that does not interact with light. So we call that dark matter, and we don't know what it is, or even if it exists at all. We just know that according to our theories of gravity, our galaxy should explode. Actually, all galaxies should be doing that, but yet they're not doing that. So there's something we don't know, and our best theory is dark matter. Dear Crystal J, thank you for your rose tone. Ram Ram. I'm afraid, dear Karma Kazi, that I am uncertain about what you are talking about. I think there is a loose thread of an idea that's behind your words, and I feel your passion that is coming through, and I thank you for your concern about topics that you've experienced, like technology that's flying around and matter is more pressing than the kind of fun we have here. This is just my impression, so please forgive me, but if there's a mental health concern that needs to be taken care of, please keep that as a priority, because I know that in spiritual spaces there can be a lot of vulnerable minds. And I don't mean to assume that just because I don't understand, that means that there's something else going on, but I hope that you are happy and healthy. And I wish you well. And it is true, there are alternative theories for the explanation of dark matter, but as far as I know, it's still a leading candidate, and the scientific community has yet to agree on the precise mechanism for which these galaxies are still held together, and other artifacts of our cosmology, like gravitational lensing, when there seemingly is nothing there to do the lensing. For example, modifying Einstein's theory of relativity may explain some effects, but I think it's all still very theoretical at this moment. I appreciate that you are concerned for all of our mental health, dear Karma Kazi. But the sentiment that you are here to wake us up, I am not going to take that entirely at the same level as genuine curiosity for bigger and more wonderful things in our life. I think, yes, in many ways we are asleep, metaphorically, but I do not believe that there's any pressing matter in the sense that people have to wake up to some conspiracy or anything like that. I hope that this space is very grounded in our experience, and there's nothing in my experience that leads me to believe that any of you should be worried about something that you need to wake up to. I think that such an idea can be really scary for many people, especially if they struggle with their mental health. I know that those on the schizoaffective spectrum might be really susceptible to the idea that there are antagonizing forces in the world. And truthfully, my role in this space is not to wake people up to antagonizing forces in this world. It's just to focus on your personal well-being and your happiness. And to me, that does not involve any sort of mysterious forces outside of our experience, because I believe happiness and health is largely something that we get to create in this moment, regardless of our circumstance. Of course, there are aspects of our health that are going to be circumstantial and out of our control. So primarily happiness is what I would like for us to bring our awareness to, and no matter what is going on in the world, I know that that's a possibility for everyone. It is true that many people are scared, but they don't have to be. I think this is largely a mental health problem rather than an actual one that exists in this world. And I don't mean to invalidate anyone's experience. In fact, I wish to affirm to you that any part of our experience that we are afraid of is something that we can attend to from within. If we feel like there is some force in this world which is actively trying to limit us, yes, there are oppressive systems of government, there are humanitarian crises, but what can we do about that in a single TikTok live stream? The most we can do is be there for each other and empower each other to work towards the greater good. And if there are wonderful organizations that we can point each other to that are helping in some of these bigger problems in the world, then we can raise awareness for that and perhaps give our time and energy to. But in general, my focus is on how we are in this moment, to accept the things that we cannot change and be empowered to create change at the level that is possible, is reasonable. And thank you, dear Violet. I'm grateful that we have such a diverse community here. Good night, dear Nate. And I do apologize if I am not understanding what is being expressed, but I think I'll have to move on from this topic for now. So thank you for your patience. And I'm happy that you found lots of fun and enjoyment in my old content, dear Joshua. I hope my Yamsox grows on you, as I find it's a lovely addition to our space. But if there's any part of this live stream that I can change for you, like making a more inclusive space for your perspectives, for the experience of life that's unique to you, I'd be happy to open that up for you. Otherwise, I wish you well on your journey of life, and no one's expected to enjoy this live stream. I'll try to be as accommodating as I can for everyone. Alright, dear Karma Kazi, I will keep in mind your video, but I am not going to watch it at this moment. in my own time. Maybe if you can send me a message on another platform to remind me, maybe Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, or email. As with everything, if there's matters that I'm unable to attend to during these live streams, you are welcome to reach out on the other platforms available in the link tree in my bio. I'm sorry that you don't like the sock, dear Joshua, but I will be keeping it here since I like it and it makes me happy. And I'm sorry that you're not a fan of yams on socks. Nothing I can do about that, my friend. Namaste, dear user 148. I'm very thankful for each of our expressions too. Dear Josie, you were wondering what happened to my old content. I'm happy that you found them really useful. To me, they were not useful because I was not a very happy person in the background. So how can an unhappy person create such things that made other people happy but not myself? See, if we really think about what made Yamsox videos, is I started with an idea that was meant to provoke your mind, and maybe even I would criticize an idea contrary to that and uphold this idea as what we really should be thinking. And that wasn't fair to me to do that. I know I'm not the only person, and I certainly wasn't actively criticizing other people. But if you notice, there was a great deal of harm underlying the intention of my videos, because I was trying to change people's minds for things that I have no right to influence. I'm very grateful that my content reached so many people, but yet, as I said, in the background, I was not happy. My mental health was very much suffering, and that's true on many levels, like not being able to have a healthy relationship with my family or going to bed at appropriate times. I was underweight, addicted to vaping. If somehow those videos were an expression of my truth, well, the truth is that I was unhappy, and therefore something had to change. And in my life, what had to change is how I express myself. That I no longer wish to be the person that keeps you awake at night with such provoking imagery and concepts. If anything, the world needs some affirmation, some validation right now, so that we all can go to sleep a little easier. Thank you for understanding. And if you wanted to learn more about that, in the link tree in my bio, there is a frequently asked questions page, and I'd be happy for you to find insight there. And hello, dear David's mom. I'm happy to have you here. It sounds like a very interesting experience, dear Karma Kazi. And I'm sorry that there seems to be a disconnect in the kind of experience you want from me, dear Joshua, and the kind of experience that I offered before. And I wish to affirm any sincere concerns about the kind of content that I make now, that if it seems like I am trying to profit off of spirituality, actually the reverse is true, as I was making a lot more money making videos on educational content, and everything I do is for free. I am not a fortune teller or crystal gazer or sword swallower or any kind of that sort. Spirituality might appear like that on the surface, but any field on the surface does not tell you much about what lays dormant deeply. Spirituality is a very practical method of coming into contact with the deepest part of your true self. That is all that spirit means, is our true self. And for as long as we don't know our true self, how can we possibly know our role in this world? How can we be happy as constituents of this universe? And so that is the spiritual journey. And it's quite alright that you liked my other style, but I must be honest that it's not something I am probably going to return to, because it was a very inauthentic expression of me. For example, I was masking and hiding my neurodivergence in many ways by putting on a kind of performance in those videos. So I wish to be more authentic and true to myself now, and I'm very honored to have that opportunity open up for me and speak for others who are also at similar parts of their journey. Thank you, dear Joshua. Thank you, dear Renvox, for the balloons you sent to him. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for your vitamin recommendation, dear Marcy. Potassium. I am a big fan of bananas, so thank you, dear Michelle, for the pumpkin spice latte too. Hare Krishna. And Veronica, thank you for your pair of roses too. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Josie, I am glad that you are glad that it's a result of authenticity rather than censorship. Yeah, no worries about that. It's not like some organization said you can't post this. It was my own personal decision to take some of my content down, but I recognize it wasn't all negative. And as such, some of the videos I have made public again for those of you to enjoy it, who have found value in it. Dear Karma Kasi, I am sorry that there appears to be a misunderstanding. In truth, and please forgive me for this, that I am not personally interested in unimaginable tech that's beyond our comprehension. I think it's interesting to conceive of, but to me it's not a part of my journey. I am interested in how we can come together as patient, compassionate humans, how we can build a brighter day every day, how we can practice the art of gratitude. And so, fantastical concepts, especially pertaining to those outside of our experience, is not something that particularly interests me at this time. Of course, I'm always happy to include more things in my experience to shape my perception of this world. And I have nothing against probable or improbable technology. It's just my question is bringing my awareness to this going to bring more peace into this moment? Is it going to allow me to be a better friend, a better son, a better human being? I think I leave everything that's happening outside in the world to be as it is, but the spiritual journey is primarily an inner one. My lily girl, you shared that there's an opening for prayers to be sent to your dear dog. Now, this is something I will gladly bring my attention to. Pets are such a vital part of our culture. They are friends, they are family. They bring so much love and light into our world. They provide us with opportunities to give selflessly, opportunities for responsibility, for a sense of nurturing a form of life, to bring it into a sense of exuberance. All my best prayers for your lovely puppy, and that they get as much love as they can given this time for you. And if they are struggling with any health issues, that they get the support needed. And if it is time for a transition of life to occur, whatever that means, that we are there with them through that transition, every step of the way. I am sorry, dear Karma Kazi. I will have to set the boundary that I'm going to be muting you. Not as a punishment. I hope you know. You haven't said anything wrong. It's just that this space is full of many different expressions, and any sort of sentiment that some of us are asleep and others are not is not an inclusive sentiment. And I've talked about this at great length for many minutes now, and so I have to set that boundary. There are many, for example, neurodivergent people in this space, many people that are very sensitive to ideas and concepts mentally, and I have to ensure that this space is free from any such ideas that could torment our mind, that I understand is not a pressing matter according to my experience. But there is a concern that we are unaware of something which we shouldn't be ignorant of. And that's always something that we can keep in mind. That is there something that we're avoiding? Is there a part of this life that we're actively being led astray from? That is an important question, and we can explore that mindfully. I think, as I said, there are many parts of this world that is being repressed. For example, femininity for centuries now is a kind of repressed part of our existence. There are many forms of labor that still happen all around the world, which we don't realize is at the root of a lot of our commodities. There's a lot of social injustice, and there are things that we can do to make a difference. But as I said, those kinds of things are generally outside the scope of this live stream. And I do not believe that there is anything that you have to worry about in the sense of some grand existentially life-altering decision that you have to wake up to in this moment. Now, I could be wrong. It very well could be the case. But in my experience, I truly believe that even if it is true, well, what can we do about it? Even if there is something that we have to wake up to, well, it's going to benefit us from being more compassionate, whatever it is, allowing ourselves to be more patient, being more accepting of each other's sensitivities and perspectives. And so I think all of that will help such a theoretical scenario anyway. And that is the purpose of this live stream. Not to repress anyone's experience or invalidate it, but generally find a way of harmoniously understanding each other. And I wish no disrespect to be given to anyone that I set boundaries with. If I ever mute someone, they're always welcome to express themselves again. It's not any form of a permanent restriction. And I always leave my messages inboxes open for people to express themselves with me there. And I definitely consider every interaction I have here and try to learn as best as I can to make a more inclusive space next time. No judgment. Yeah, this is not a space for fear-based thoughts. That's a great way of putting that, dear Deanna, and I concur. I think there are truths that are definitely scary. Really big truths that are uncomfortable. But it's also the method of delivery which is of importance. That there's a way of informing something uncomfortable that also is still using inclusive terminology that puts us all in an equal position in terms of the depth and diversity of our experience. There's always gentle ways of bringing about awareness. And I love your addition, dear, the guy from TikTok, that the truth will set you free. Something that I deeply resonate with, that the highest truths are always the ones that are affirming at the deepest levels, that just bring us that sigh of relief. To me, fear is a kind of opportunity for more understanding. And therefore, where there is understanding, there needn't be fear. Perspectives are very fickle. I concur with that, dear Joshua. Dear Keith, you shared that you need some suggestions for dealing with daily stress. You're certainly not alone in feeling stressed day to day. And just before I want to bring some attention to your query, dear Keith, I do want to thank you everyone for being very demure, very mindful, very respectful. Thank you. If we think about people who are not stressed, we think about maybe children who are given time to play, animals that have room to be themselves, or maybe people who are retired that don't have a responsibility to a job. I think all of those kinds of freedoms point to stress being associated with our responsibilities and our roles that come with the way we structure our society and our life a lot. There are so many layers of expectations that are understandable because we do have responsibilities to fulfill, and those responsibilities can be heavy. But so much of that heaviness is something that we add on unnecessarily. I say that because oftentimes, truthfully, we don't recognize how much our effort is accomplishing already. That we have such a strong pressure to be someone we're not, we never have time to appreciate the good that is possible in what we're already doing. That's not to say there's no room for improvement, and that anything you do is fine. It's that a lot of stress comes from trying to be something that you're not in this moment, and something that you don't even need to be. Even when that expectation comes from the outside, maybe our bosses or our coworkers are demanding things from us, or maybe our children, our parents, our teachers. Even then, there's always room for communication and setting boundaries, which can lessen the heaviness of those expectations. I am a big believer in communication, obviously. But so much can be said that we don't even realize can be. Like, you're absolutely allowed to express concerns about your responsibilities to a superior. Sometimes it's just enough to remind ourselves as that. We forget that we're not ever truly trapped in our situation. That sometimes it's as simple as establishing some line of communication with a person you're involved with. Opening the door for alternatives, mindful discussion with our coworkers, having family meetings. These are all things that are possible that we might not think of. They require effort and energy, absolutely, but much less than the effort and energy that we're unnecessarily expending trying to meet the expectations that will weigh us down if we don't communicate our needs. And beyond that, there is the point of having trust that what you're doing is enough in yourself at this moment. Regardless of what visions you have for yourself in the future, it must accommodate where you're at now, so we can let go of the negative reinforcement that we apply on ourselves when we're not already perfect. And hello, dear Brody's boy. You share that your life doesn't feel good. Lost your friend in the summer. Yes, I know. And now you have a vet appointment to lay your buddy. I'm sorry to hear that. You're welcome, dear Keith. Sometimes life is like that, where even after one aspect of life becomes suffering, another thing may come, and that happens. In life, we have to make room for these difficulties. There can be no life without loss. That's for sure. Our material existence is temporary on all levels, but with that comes the bringing of something new. Our energy is always being recycled through chemical interactions, through just the way that we reuse different tools in our world. And so too, we can reuse the experiences we've had with those people, those things that we've lost in new ways. Because our journey with someone or something doesn't end the moment that it leaves our physicality. Just as that physicality is to be transformed, returned to Mother Earth, whatever, our association continues to change. And the love that we get from those that have come into our life continues to grow and affect our life. And I think it'll continue to become recognizable that this is a spiritual truth, very profound, that nothing ever truly leaves you. It just only ascends to different parts of our reality. Our dreams, our subconscious, they preserve the essence of the physical parts, or rather, the essence of the being which was here in the physical has been preserved by our subconscious. We still experience them in dreams. We still bring memories to mind. And that's a very real part of our life. Not to say that the physical is more real than the dream by any means. Our dreams are just as real, just different, that's all. And by real, I mean that they are meaningful. And we experience love and connection and understanding in them just as we do in the waking. And so I hope you know, and everyone knows, that nothing can truly be lost. Everything only changes, but the essence remains the same. It is just approached in different ways. Goodbye, dear Joshua. No, of course, no one wants to lay their dear buddy to rest. But our dear buddy would absolutely want us to be there during. And we could do that for them. You Brody's boy, you share that you never really understood the saying, the price of a good dog is a broken heart in the end till now. And that heart will break. Such a beautiful and true saying. It's clear that you are going through a big period of transformation in your life, and you're absolutely allowed to feel the way you are right now. Dear Gazki, you shared that you had a dream within a dream last month, and it felt profound and stayed with you. I love those dreams. How interesting it is that our dreams have layers to them, and that we can even dream that we're dreaming. or waking up. And I'm always so grateful for the love that's shared amongst the Sanghis in this space. It makes me very happy to see. Thank you, everyone, for being so supportive of each other. It's very wonderful, dear Kazki. How fun. I imagine that your dream probably does not fit within a TikTok comment. But in any way you can share that dream if you want to, of course. I would love to hear it. Dear Told of Love, you share that you love waking up in dreams, especially multiple wakings. That's interesting that you say that. I'm curious what you love about it. Truthfully, I kind of enjoy the experience too. It's very novel. But I'm curious from your perspective, what you love about those dreams within a dream. They can be nightmarish, but it's an experience, that's for sure. Dear Kalki Ji, you ask if I've watched The Sandman on Netflix. I think I had seen maybe the first episode, perhaps the second too, but I forgot to return to it. Yeah, it is really good. I concur. Actually, dear Kalki, I had some thought over what you wanted to share, because I know you shared a song that's important to you in the show and tell. And at the time I said that I'm not sure if I would be able to share it because of copyright reasons. But I thought that, you know, the worst that would happen is that my video gets flagged for copyright. And that's a risk I'm willing to go through for the purpose of listening to something important to you. So I think it would be a great meditation for tonight. Yeah, I have no problem playing music here, but it's when I upload the recordings to YouTube. That's where I really have to worry about copyright issues. Dear Amanda, you ask if I've ever read Freud's interpretation of dreams. Nothing specifically, other than just vaguely being aware that he did have a lot of interpretations of dreams. Him and Jung, of course, went very deep into the symbolism of dreams. Dear Angela, you share I can just credit who it is from. Yes, of course. However, unfortunately, that's not enough to evade copyright strikes and other things that you have to worry about as a content creator. What happens is that if it is detected that someone else's music is playing in your video, which is done by a software, not a human being, then that whole video will have this label that it's using music that you don't have the rights to. And you could potentially fight that or somehow prove that you do have the rights or licensing to share that. But it's a legal nightmare that unfortunately is better navigated by just not using copyrighted music in general. But anyway, it really only makes a difference if that affects your ability to share videos in the future, which is something I do have to consider. Or if it prevents me from monetizing my videos. Fortunately, I don't monetize my videos anyway, so that doesn't matter. I just have to be careful that my account doesn't get taken down, which can happen. Yes, software companies, they're really big on copyright infringement, which I would like to believe there is another system where we do get to share each other's art and not have to worry about such things. Nonetheless, I recognize that some people profit other people's content, and so this is something that various guidelines have been created surrounding people's intellectual properties, but I'm no lawyer. I don't claim to understand it all. Dear Amanda, you share that the way you see it in relation to dreams, human brain activity stays intact and stable even when sensory perceptions are relatively dormant when we sleep. In absence of a strong external sensory input, the brain starts creating states of pseudo-sensation derived from memories and experiences, often forming an illogical construct. This probably is the dream state. That sounds very logically sound to me. That would be a very scientific approach, especially a neurological approach to understanding dreams. Definitely. From the spiritual perspective, it is the place of all of our impressions that we've collected through our waking state. And they're dormant. Not in the waking state, these expressions have a life of their own, and they evolve and they can breed, producing fears and desires. So much so that maybe even our waking state is determined primarily by what's there beneath our conscious mind. Getting in touch with our subconscious means healing from trauma, shadow work, and through meditation, we may find a sense of peace at a very deep level when there might not have been before. Dear Greg RG, you share that if his show and tell is a YouTube vid, I can cut it from mine and take the vid in Kalki G's name. That's very true. Yes, I'm not so concerned, but thank you for that idea. That is always a possibility. I think it is a good time to begin thinking about wrapping up our live stream today. I'm very grateful that we got to explore what we did today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, dear Carrie King, for another quintet of roses that you sent. Ariom Tatsat. Before we go, I would like to ask you all my question of the day, and then we'll do a short reading of our new book, Hollywood to Himalayas, and then our meditation inspired by Kalki Ji. But today I'm wondering from you all, what do you appreciate about the differences in everyone? No surprise that there are differences amongst us, between even a pair of twins from the same mother, same family, same time, same household, same diet, same education. There are even differences to be found between them. Dear Kalki Ji, you share that all the different conversations, something that we can appreciate in everyone. Yes. Indeed. I like that, dear Kalkiji. And thank you, Angela, for your research on avoiding copyright infringement, as to use royalty-free music or ask permission. Yes, and I always try to use royalty-free music wherever I can. Dear Gregarji, you share that the differences provide opportunities for us to learn and change instead of staying the same. Yeah, that's a very direct and wonderful answer. I like that a lot. If there weren't differences in each other, then how would we be able to learn, since everyone else would be a spitting image of ourselves otherwise? The uniqueness, shares Kazuki. I like that. And told of love, you share that they show you a glimpse of a perspective you can never experience otherwise. I like that a lot. Dear Deanna, you share that you raised 4 beautiful, compassionate humans and they are all different. I love that. Thank you for sharing that answer too. I see that Karmakazi is back with another account. I am afraid this does inherently violate the boundary that I set. You are welcome to come back after the period of being muted for just this live stream was over. And so I am sorry. I am going to have to mute this account too. I'm sorry that there has been a misunderstanding. Please don't take it personally. And but do know that this is a warning. If the boundaries that I set are not respected, I will have to set even more firm ones, such as blocking accounts rather than muting them. Dear Amanda, you share that you appreciate how others may consciously follow kindness. I like that a lot. Yes. Dear Angela, you share that differences amongst others increases awareness and tolerance. Absolutely. I love that. Tolerance is definitely a virtue that we require to have a functioning society. Dear Magdalene, you share that the world isn't made for just one person, but... Sorry, my chat scrolled away from reading your comment. Where was it? The world isn't made for just one person, but that many walks of life get to coexist. I love that. Thank you, dear Magdalene. Told of love, you had shared that they show you a glimpse of a perspective you could never experience otherwise. Absolutely. I like that. Even in animals, each soul is unique. I love that too, dear Kalkiji. Lil Deuce, you share that the way we can converse in an infinite amount of ways, so we know what to pick and choose. I appreciate that as well. Yes, you are catching the last little bit of our live stream. Neon Jello Pack, you love that different perspectives and upbringings broaden how we think about things. And dear Talon, you share that you appreciate the eccentricities in all people. My apologies, I keep having to scroll up. For some reason, the chat always scrolls back to the present, which is good for me to be able to get back to the present. But for the question of the day, I want to make sure all of your voices are heard. But yes, you appreciate the eccentricities in all people, dear Talon. And I have to scroll up one more time to read the end of that. It's the best part of all of us. Yes. And Deanna, you share that in difference, you appreciate diversity and the ability to create uniquely, yet as one conscious. That is a very powerful answer, and I love that a lot. Thank you. Hello, dear Marlem. Dear Bongo Dave, you appreciate the difference in viewpoints, as it is often a good way to learn. Absolutely. Yes. And hello, dear Sufi Siddhu. Welcome. Thank you for exploring this question of the day together. I will pause it there for now. Just as I said at the beginning of this live stream, I am reminded by our diversity, by the diversity of answers that still speak to one truth, one question. Thank you. I think our differences mean that there's something that we can learn from each other. Something that you have experienced that I do not get the opportunity to in this lifetime. And so you serve as a vehicle for me to learn something uniquely you. Thank you, 2:57 p.m. for the rose you sent to. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Carrie King, for your rose as well. Om Aing Saraswati Namaha. And Diana, thank you for your bubble tea. And tiny. Yippee! And Karine Karan, you share that there is no difference. We are all the same. Unfortunately, society makes us believe we are. Yes, you are absolutely right from that perspective too. That ultimately we are one. And I hope to affirm you that when I use the word difference, I mean in our diversity of cultures and experiences and beliefs. These absolutely do vary, and I love those kinds of differences. But differences in potential for happiness, differences in the ability to be loved or a source of love, we are all the same at that level, aren't we? We are all one. The level of consciousness. You are very right with that. Variety is the spice of life. I like that too, dear Saturnus. And Mira, good morning. You also appreciate getting different perspectives that give you peace. Thank you. Now I would like to read from another section of our new book, whose cover is falling off on me. Hollywood to Himalayas. Here I have another version of the cover, which has the author, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati. Let's explore this together. We have yet to really dive into the story of dear Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati's. In our first part, we just read the cover, front and back, and we're going through some praises about this book just to wet your whistle. There are many wonderful praises, and I trust that of the ones we shared so far was enough to get us a feel for this book. I'll just read one more and then we can dive right into it. From Jonathan Granoff, the president of Global Security Institute, he writes that in Hollywood to Himalayas, we join a journey of a borderless and courageous heart that learns three treasures: becoming closer to the divine every day, serving humanity, and being happy. Sadhvi shares lessons of compassion and letting go learned from unflinchingly addressing abuse and suffering, lessons of extraordinary joy resulting from blessings of love and healing, insights of wisdom gained from modern and ancient disciplines of learning, guidance, and transmission from an authentic teacher/disciple relationship, an inspiration to keep learning and serving. The integrity and clarity of her account and assent is powerful and may rub off on the reader. If it does, you will not be the same. This is Hollywood to Himalayas. Fun fact, in Sanskrit, Himalaya comes from Hima, meaning snow, and Alaya, which means residence. So Himalaya means the residence of snow. This is a journey of healing and transformation. We start with a quote from Pujya Swamiji, whom I imagine we will be introduced to as the story goes on. In the West, you sit around in a dark room discussing the details of the darkness. You measure every molecule of darkness. How many protons, how many neutrons, how many electrons make up these atoms? How long has it been dark? From whence did this darkness come? Is it darker than it was yesterday? Or is it perhaps getting slightly less dark? You go around and discuss the way the darkness makes you feel. You encourage each other to express your frustration at sitting in a dark room. It goes on endlessly. In the East, we run our hands along the walls looking for the light switch. We know that once the switch is found and the light is turned on, it no longer matters how dark it was, or what the molecules of darkness was made of, or where the darkness came from. What matters is now there is light. Here's a foreword. It was once said that people don't remember what you say to them, but they will always remember how you made them feel. From the first moment I was introduced to Sadhviji, she has always made me feel deeply loved and accepted. We met in the garden of the Paramarth Niketan Ashram in Rishikesh, one of the holy cities in India. It was an early spring afternoon 5 years ago, and we were surrounded by my traveling companions and a small film crew from Uplift, a conscious media organization I work with. We were making a documentary on the sacredness of water. At that time, I did not yet know of the profound, life-changing impact of the Ganges River, also known in Sanskrit as Ganga, as it had upon this American-born holy woman. Famous river system in India, and it runs just alongside Rishikesh. I will never forget the smile on her face when we met. Not only did her mouth and her eyes smile, it felt as if her heart was smiling directly at me. Just before sunset, Sadhviji led our group to the steps on the banks of the river to participate in the daily arti ceremony, where a lamp is lit. With dozens of young boys in yellow robes surrounding her, Pujya Swamiji, her guru, began to sing ancient Hindu chants with tablas and harmoniums providing the bass line. At one point, a few of the young boys began handing over large brass lamps containing small flames. Sadhviji made sure I was given one to slowly raise in circles as part of the ritual. I was humbled and in awe of this beautiful ceremony, as I was wide-eyed and open-hearted. From that magical meeting, we quickly became good friends. We continue to meet up when we can, whether it is in India, Los Angeles, or Boulder, Colorado. And we've done several video conferences and webinars together. This book shares Sadhviji's remarkable story of leaving behind her privileged life in California to experiencing awakening, healing, and transformation in the Ganges to become a world spiritual leader. So often in spiritual circles there appears to be a certain priesthood or special type of person who is truly allowed in and accepted. In India, this is still mostly true. Even though she was once escorted off a stage for being the only female present among the religious leaders, Sadhviji generously and elegantly provides her wisdom and Shakti, energy, to all who come in contact with her. For me, Hollywood to the Himalayas is a spiritual tell-all. She tells everything. The ups, the downs, the stuff you'd never hear a person in her position express, from the dark details of her childhood abuse and trauma, to her feelings of desire, to her experience as a woman, even after taking vows of celibacy. Sadhviji shatters the myth that we need to be perfect and makes spirituality accessible, which is how it should be. God's grace is available to all no matter what you look like, where you come from, or any thoughts or actions of your past. That is the healing message of this book, to understand and to know that there is no recipe or perfect formula to connect to the divine. Sadhviji models for us at the deepest level that in the true teaching of the spiritual traditions, healing and grace are always possible. That was the foreword by Prince A. I don't know how to pronounce their name. It's literally the letters E-A. Yeah. Prince A. Someone will let me know, I'm sure. Alright. I know this is a bit of a longer reading, but I do want to hear Sadhviji's words, so I will just open with some of her writings of this prologue, and then we'll pause our reading there for now. The prologue is titled, Now There Is Light. In the summer of 1996, I opened my eyes at the end of my first darshan in India to hear Pujya Swamiji saying, Yes? Darshan is a Sanskrit word that means sight, a viewing presence. I was the last one in the room, and he addressed me in English. Yes? I rose quickly from my place, went in front of him and bowed low, trying to remember the protocol. Then I sat back on the soles of my feet and saw him looking at me, or rather, into me, with a love that seemed to permeate every cell of my body and every corner of my psyche. It was not a personal love, not directed at me, but a love so vast and available, it didn't matter how many others were swimming in it too. There was room for all. Yes, he repeated. I had nothing to say. I could have sat forever in the ocean of his gaze, but his eyes were waiting for me to speak. Pujya Swamiji, I whispered. Fear runs my life. I have a sense of anxiety all the time, even when I don't know what I'm afraid of. You fear because you don't trust, he said, after a brief pause. I thought he would continue, but he didn't. Just that. Lack of trust. Really horrible things have happened to me that have made me unable to trust. And I told him the full story of my 25 years, childhood sexual abuse and abandonment, struggles with bulimia, for which I was hospitalized several times. It was a story I'd told many times, and it never failed to elicit sympathy, open arms, and praise for how strong I am. He just looked at me and asked, "Are you going to take this to the grave with you?" Oh God, no, I thought, of course not. "Are you going to let it go on your deathbed, just before you die?" "No, of course," I replied. "I don't want to take this unbearable pain to my deathbed," which was surely 6 or 7 decades away. "Will you let it go a week before you die? A month before you die?" He continued to ask, never shifting his gaze from its lock on my heart. "Swamiji, I don't want to take this to my grave or my deathbed. I don't want to hold on to it until a week or a month before I die. I want to be free of it as soon as possible. I'm in therapy with a wonderful psychologist. I'm processing it all so I can heal and move on with my life." He continued to look at me calmly, with neither sympathy nor judgment. His presence stretched so wide, it was able to hold the love that poured from his eyes, the pain I'd experienced, and even the perpetrator, my biological father. In his gaze, there was room for everything. Then he said, "You are waiting for someone to come and draw the line for you. You are waiting for someone to come and say, 'Now you are done.' But no one will do that. You must draw the line yourself. The choice is yours. You can carry this pain to the grave. You can give it up on your deathbed. You can give it up a week or a month before you die. Or you can give it up tonight." Tonight? Seriously? I didn't speak. But he must have heard my thoughts. "Yes, tonight," he said. "We have a beautiful ceremony at sunset called the Arti. I will tell the priest to give you the oil lamp so you can wave it and pray with it. Then go to Ganga and give her your pain. Take her water in your hands and give it all to her. Just give it to the river. If you give it, she will take it." He patted me gently on the head as he stood and walked out of the room. Only as the door clicked shut behind him did I remember to bow. "Just give it to the river," I wrote over and over in my journal, smiling as I replayed in my mind the Swami's touching yet nonsensical instructions. Fortunately, I was being treated by doctors and psychologists who knew what to do. Abreactive therapy, extended trance-like regressions back to the abuse, behavior modification techniques that made even the simple task of eating into work, and the passage of time. These were answers to my pathology. I wasn't about to rely on a river to wash away my problems. And let's pause our reading of Hollywood to Himalayas there for now. So thank you for listening to such a provoking introduction by Saraswati herself. And that's right, dear Gregorji. Saraswati, incidentally, is also a river. She is the river of spiritual knowledge that flows from the divine through everyone. Baptism of light. Saraswati herself, Saras means a pool of water, and Vati meaning she who possesses. So Saraswati means she who possesses a pool of water. But that Saras, that pool, is also identified with all of the words that can be spoken, all of the songs that can be sung, all of the art pieces that can be made. That Saras is the source for expression. And so Saraswati is regarded as the goddess of language, of art, of knowledge, of divine expression. So, thank you. I'll pause our exploration of that there for now. Namaste. I look forward to continuing this reading with you next time. And I look forward to our next live stream too, as we've come to the end of our Sangha today. Dear Viber Zero, thank you for your Heart Me and Team Bracelet too. Ram Ram. And dear Maisky Whiskey, thank you for your flowers. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Dear Ushabai, thank you for your flowers too. Hari Om Tat Sat. For those that don't know, dear Ushabai was the one who sent me the last book that we read, The Hidden Power in Humans. This book was sent to me by dear Sky Guardian G. Dr. Ginny, you're wondering if she accepts new students. You know, I'm wondering that myself. Truthfully, I would love to learn under a Sadhviji like herself. But I'm sure we will as we continue our reading. And I see the truth in what you shared, dear Alvin. The mind holds the keys both for our imprisonment and our liberation. Thank you, Carrie King, for your trio of rosas. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Angela, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. Deanna, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Kazki, for your tiny diny too, thank you. Thank you, dear Karma Kazi, for your pair of GGs. You have reincarnated yet again. Actually, no. That is your original account. You have been here, just with a boundary set, but you will be able to express yourself next time. And again, I am sorry for any misunderstandings. I will watch the video that you are interested in me seeing. Thank you. And thank you, Diana, for your rose as well. Om Aing Saraswati Swaha Namaha. Thank you, dear Karma Kazi, for your pair of GGs. I think it's very humbling that even despite that point of contention, which may have been the cause for some upset feelings, and if that's true, I certainly affirm that you are valid in feeling that way. But I am humbled that even in that possibility, you still reflect a token of appreciation for this live stream in the form of a GG. Thank you. Radhe Krishna. So I'd like to end with a meditation sent to us by dear Kalki Ji. I'm going to pause our background music so we can listen to this meditation. You excited? Meditations, especially as we understand them in the West, are times where there's absolute silence, stillness, darkness, absence of experience, but that's a kind of meditation which leads to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, which is a formless meditation, but there is an equivalently powerful Savikalpa Samadhi, which is achieved by incorporating our experience and actually makes for a very lively meditation, which is still very much a meditation. So for tonight, I thought that we would meditate on this very fun and powerful rap song. I think you might categorize its genre. It's definitely unique, from Trevor Hall, called Raja, which is a Sanskrit term meaning king. And I think it's ultimately where we get the term royal in English, from Raja. But it refers in this context to a great king that was said to rule a sacred land of Ayodhya many thousands of years ago. And his name was Ram. And so this is a song kind of in honor of Rama, who is still revered today in India as what it means to be a leader, whilst also exemplifying the divine. Allow me to make sure that you can hear it. There. Without further ado, we will meditate on Trevor Hall's Raja.
Weave that name into my soul. Oh, my masters of weave that name into my soul. Oh, my masters of sing of that magic potion. Come forth devotion and wipe out the view that's narrow. Slay out demons with a bow and arrow. Like a pharaoh, this house is royal. Eyes like the sun, let the demons boil. Wherever he walks is blessed soil. The friend of the fallen is eternally royal. Before we're marching to that other shore, open up that door and behold the princess of Videho. Just by her glance she can save you, daughter of Matila, queen of the stars and moon. We let the righteous bloom, we're singing of a different tune. Boom, all of the wicked fall down upon the ground. Let the last trumpet sound, cause this is the anthem, this is the glory. This is my song, yelling, this is my story. Illuminate the quarters, push back the borders. Children of bliss, we are divine warriors in ancient order. Yeah, all the ones before me and the ones before them. From beginning to the end, I say, through his glories we always roam. Yeah, tell all the people that the king is coming home.
Thank you for listening. That was Trevor Hall's Raja. The chorus you were hearing was Sita Rama, Raja Rama. Sita being his divine consort, the feminine equivalent. And there are many wonderful references in that song to the ancient sacred text known as the Ramayana, which means Rama's journey. It's one of the great epics, some of the longest parts of storytelling in the world can be found there. So many stories, and it's very, very ancient too. Said to have been taking place in a previous age. Like, we're talking tens of thousands of years ago. That's up to you whether you find truth to that. But in the story of the Ramayana, Ram represents the Atman and Sita represents the Jiva. And Sita gets stolen by this 10-headed demon known as Ravana. And he represents the 10 Indriyas, the organs of material nature, which include the 5 senses and the 5 organs of locomotion. Sita, being the jiva, the individual soul, gets drawn towards these 5, 10 senses through which we experience this material existence and ultimately becomes a prisoner of them. And so Rama, the true self, the Atman, comes to rescue dear Sita. Beautiful story. I recommend everyone listen to it. But it's so long that I have not heard the whole thing. Ironically, it did cut out while we were listening to that, which reminded me of a part of the Ramayana where Rama's greatest devotee, Hanuman, has a story in which he is snapping his fingers. And Hanuman is such a devotee of Rama. He is the monkey god of Hinduism. That when he opens his chest, you find Sita and Rama literally living in his heart, much to the distraught and amazement of everyone around him. And he is engaged in such devotion of Hanuman that, Hanuman is engaged in such devotion of Rama that every time Hanuman snaps his fingers, you can hear Rama's name emanate from the snap. Ram, Ram, Ram. And because of that story, still today, people who do Rama Nama Japa, which is the repetition of the name of Ram, whenever they are yawning or something, or they have to swallow, they keep the rhythm going of saying Ram, 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 they will snap. So I was thinking about that when our connection cut out. We just snap in the absence like Hanuman, so that Rama continues to be in our awareness, our mind. So thank you for listening. Thank you, dear Kalki Ji, for sharing such a fun song with us. I love that. And I certainly concur to that point, dear G to Infinity, that it is quite a dynamic evening of sounds and thoughts today. Definitely. All weaving a whole tapestry of life together. Hanuman, by the way, represents Shakti and Bhakti, which is energy and devotion. And I did remember to put a little picture of Rama on screen halfway through. And you can see him with his bow, with his arrows. What a distinguished gentleman, isn't he? We will be closing our Sangha today. That song was called Raja, dear Jeremy, R-A-G-A, from Trevor Hall's. So thank you for being a participant of today's live stream, everyone. I hope to be back tomorrow, but my grandparents are in town. We'll see if they steal me. Up to them. I'm at their mercy. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. If there's any part of this that was of value, I upload the recordings of these to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. You can find that in the link tree in my bio, along with the meditations and readings. There are designated playlists there, all for free without any ads, just in case. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Murtyur Ma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness into light, from death unto immortality. Om. Peace, peace, peace. Right. Good night, dear Gregor G. Thank you for being here, dear Bongo Dave. De Philosophe. Thank you, dear Myra. Still have to know if it's Myra, Mira. Mira. Thank you, Kalki G. Thank you, dear Magdalene. Thank you, dear G to infinity. May each of your hearts feel the bliss of peace and love. I love that. Yes, you hope my grandparents don't steal me, but if they do, you understand. Good to hear. Good night, Diana. To everyone else, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. But more generally, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.